And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. My name is Digital Dragon, aka Luke, and I am a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. What does that mean, you may think? Well, we do everything from printer assemblies, such as the Flying Bear Reborn 2, to printer modifications, to full-up printer builds, like some of the ones you see back here with our Boron 2.4, our 0G, which is part of the prototyping that I also do. We have some trad racks, we have some cosplays, so we just do just about anything that can be done with 3D printers. We do all kinds of things. You build junk from boxes? Sorta. I will tell you this, so my wife goes nuts with the amount of cardboard that we wind up recycling between Amazon and just other things. So you get in this LDO box, right? And the box is probably, this wide, almost a little bit of a rectangle, and only about that deep. But it's boxes within boxes. And so just the amount of cardboard that you generate is crazy. And we take like carloads down just about every month. And that doesn't even account for the cardboard spools from filament. So yeah, we're pretty good with recycling all of the cardboard that we can. But yes, welcome on in, Free Heathen. Welcome on in, everybody. As you can see, I still have this monster of a printer sitting on the desk in front of me. So you're seeing some of me through the tinted glass or tinted acrylic there. And for those of you that are keeping track, it's kind of hard to see. Let me see if I can squeak over here. It's almost Earth. So Earth 2023 is next Friday. Well, next Friday is load in. Next Saturday is the show. So we're officially within a week of Murph, and we've got Earth, and we've got so much to get done. We're doing some packing, we're doing some last minute print stuff. I still need to rebuild the Toolhead on the Fabrico Rook. I'm going to put the Sentinel on it with the Sherpa Mini in a direct drive configuration, so I need to do that. And then I believe all three of my Rooks will be good to go in working order. Yeah, Kyber Dragon's ready to go. The Trident here, I need to install a purge bucket and a nozzle brush. It helps, especially when you're doing a CNC tap and you're using nozzle probing. So what you would do is you always have to home first, so you'll home, and then it'll heat the nozzle up a little bit, and it will go and run a brush move to clean the nozzle off, and that way you don't have any little blips or bloops at the end of the nozzle when you go around and start doing your probing for either your quad gantry, your Z-tilt, and bed mesh. So good morning, Major Gamer Geek. Good morning, Timor. Welcome on in, geeks and nerds galore. Yes, this Flying Bear Reborn 2 is large. In fact, let me switch the camera here. So it is a big chunky boy here, right? This is a 325 by 325 build plate with a 350 in the Z. It is pretty big. And I've been doing some prints, and these will be at the table at Earth because, well, this one's probably going to have candy in it, which is the whole reason I printed it. But as you can see, or may see, if I can get some lighting, first layer is really nice, slight texture. We've got our good first layer offset set up. And about the only thing that I really see is there's a noticeable line right here. And the only thing I can think of is that's about the same height where we started having the threads go wonky when we were doing the initial test prints that came on the that came with the printer. And the only thing that I can think of is this was an issue with the Z-axis where the anti-backlash nuts finally got to their full extended height before they, I'll say, caught. And the only thing I've done, and I think I've gotten this corrected because I'm not seeing this blemish anywhere else. Yeah, I put some PTFE oil on the lead screws. But the other thing you'll see here, this is a business card holder. And there's another one on the build plate that will pop off. But once again, very nice, very clean lines. We're getting a very good extrusion. One of the big things I had to work on this printer was it was over extruding from the get-go. So we did need to change our extrusion multiplier and crank that down a bit. But now we're getting some really good prints off of this. And yes, I just, it's a cold plate now, so it releases very nicely from the build plate. But yeah, we're getting some very nice prints off this printer now. Very clean prints. As you can see, that's a pretty big overhang, and we're getting really good overhangs on the printer as it stands as well. So Major Gamer Geek, there is a lid to this. Let me grab it. Because it is we'll call it the alien tent. Whoops. So it's a pop-up tent type enclosure that's got the reflective foil lining. And it just sits on top. There's little ears that will go into the top corner pieces and hold it in place. But this is basically the top hat to your flying bear. Now, there are some, this is a lot of excess volume at the top that is just collecting heat. So you're going to get a lot of heat up in here. I don't know how much of that heat's going to be able to stay down here where you're actually printing. So this concerns me a little bit, but the few people that have been using it, I mean, I haven't printed any ABS on this printer yet. I'm still going through the first spool, which is this Polymaker Aqua Blue PLA. But so far, the people that I've seen that have been using this printer, it works. But there are some, there is a mod out there to basically do I'll call it a hard top hat. So you print the frame and then add some ABS or acrylic panels like you would like a Boron B0 or something. So yeah, the pop-up tent, it works. It's got that reflective coating. It's very much like a hot box. It's just a lot more volume than you need because it sits up. So like that tent sat up like here, where you only really need it to be about that high. So it's just a lot of excess volume that you don't necessarily need. And I'm trying to keep this from pointing right at the light. So, and yes, scorn. We've got our coffee this morning, and don't worry, you will see me transition from this quickly, but that's because when Mrs. Dragon got in, she immediately poured it into one of my Yeti mugs so it'll stay warm longer. So this is just the dregs of what wouldn't fit in the Yeti mug. But so Major Gamer Geek, you probably saw some of my posts on Twitter about the hot end and extruders. So let me move this back a bit. so that we can check out our extruder. So we've got a standard, I'll say blockish heater block with standard thermistor and stuff. It's got a all metal hot end, which is rated up to 350C. We've got dual 4040 fan ducts, or excuse me, 4010 blower fan ducts, which provides a good amount of cooling. This is our ABL sensor, which some people are talking about the accuracy not being that great. However, I'm going to chalk this up because I've had good accuracy so far. Once again, I haven't been running a hot chamber temp, so that might change things down the road. But this is probably not the best sensor, but we'll see. I'm going to run it until I have problems, and then we'll swap it out with something else. Then we've got our extruder. This is a dual gear extruder, and I like that we've got this clear panel on the front, and it's very well constrained. Sorry, let me try and move my finger. So that your filament's going right down this filament path, and you can see if there's any issues. Now you might be able to tell here, but you're going to tell real soon when I come around to the side. These are the large gears. So this is a la a Bondtech LGX, and I'm pretty sure that these are not the Bondtech gears, but the knockoff, most likely the knockoff LGX that's out there. But so far, it's printing well. And like I said, I actually had to reduce the extrusion multiplier. Right now I'm running 94% for the first layer and 92% from then on. And really I'm seeing a little bit of elephant's foot, so I'm probably going to drop the first layer down to 93 or 92 and just run it all that way. These are all home runs, so there is no toolhead board, but this is a standard NEMA 17 pancake motor. So you can put like an EB, like a Big Tree Tech or a Mellow EBB 42 CAN bus board on here, and then run CAN bus and just have all the wiring remain on the tool head. So that's one thing that you could do. I'll say it is what it is. I mean, is it the most aesthetically pleasing color? Probably not, but I've seen worse. Now the other thing is this is running 10mm belts. So these are some chunky belts. They were pretty loose from the factory, so I did have to tension the belts some, and that helped with some of the initial print as well. So your umbilical, on the last stream, we changed the umbilical out when we added our ABL sensor. We changed this. The normal umbilical that it, sheathing that it comes with is a split loom plastic thing like you see in automobiles. I hate it, and I got rid of it and went to the cloth split loom sleeving. I like this a lot better. And your umbilical comes all the way down to what is a DB15 connector. But you'll see that this is a pretty thick connector or deep connector housing. And that's because it's not direct pen, which would mean that you would have to be able to re-crimp DB style connectors. And not everybody has those tools. So in this case, the DB pen connectors are actually connected to screw down terminals. So if you ever need to replace, say, a heater or a thermistor, you can just put in your new heater thermistor, rerun it through the sleeving, and then it's just a screw down terminal inside this case to put your new wires back in. So that's a really, really good design. And then this connector goes to your bed, and it's a 4-wire connector, kind of like an aviation style plenum connector. So good morning, Pez Liz. Yeah, so everything so far has been pretty good. I am going to shut the printer off and we're going to flip it over so that we can get started on some wiring. Now, we did have to change some things. Well, we're going to have to change some things up. Let me push this back to the back so it doesn't go down there on its own. So in talking with, I think it's Print SOS Fedor, which is one of the first channels I saw that was rocking the 3D Print SOS. He goes by Fedor. Well, Fedor is his name. He was one of the first persons that I saw that was doing videos on this printer. And so I'm trying to follow along with him as he goes through and does his conversion over to Klipper. And I was asking him because on the last stream we put in a Raspberry Pi Zero 2W. And it wasn't powering on and we weren't seeing it. So I had questions because normally one of the first places we think, sorry, I'm going to have to move this out of the way so I can get the printer flipped down and then we'll put it. One of the first things that I think about putting a Raspberry Pi at would be to connect it into the TFT display port, right? Because you've got 5-volt ground and your transmit and receive. I mean, it is a UART port. However, when I did that, it doesn't seem like the Raspberry Pi is powering on. And in talking to him, he said that he had to remove the USB, or excuse me, not the USB, the wireless card, and I'll show you that, and plug in there. It's the only way you got the UART working. Oh, not a problem, Pez Liz. I know you were washing dishes and doing your meal prep, trying to get the last week's worth of meals prepped, so you don't have to worry about that while you're trying to get everything together for your travel. I understand that completely. Now, Liz, are you leaving on Thursday to head down to Maryland, or are you coming down on Friday? I know I'm gonna take Thursday off of work, and I will be packing, trying to do as much pre-packing as I can Thursday and doing any last minute stuff. And then Friday morning, Evil Diesel and I are going to jump in the truck and head on up. I want to say it's 6 p.m. when our when us exhibitors can go in and get our badge and start offloading. So that should give us time to get up there, get checked into the hotel, kind of get the lay of the land, and then do some looking around. But I'm going to go ahead and pop our fan off. And I'm just going to let that kind of dangle down and out of the way. And the only thing that sucks is this metal piece being right here. It's right in the way of this board, but we'll work around that some. I may have to just drop y'all down a little bit to see if we can't get a better angle here. Okay, so right now we've got our Raspberry Pi connected into the TFT for the display port, or the display. This display is using a standard, the standard 2-header. And we probably won't do it on screen, but there is a pinout where you can take these, cut the connectors off, put DuPonts on them, and plug them into the Raspberry Pi and be able to use the stock screen with Klipper screen. Now, probably what I will do is, rather than cut the OEM wires in case I ever give this printer away to somebody, is I will just grab different cables, and that way I always have the OEM cable that I can put back in here. Now, over on this board, there should be, yes. So this connector right here where my finger's at is 5-volt on the board. So this is a 5-volt positive and negative. So positives at the top, negatives at the bottom. But this is a dedicated 5-volt connector. I have zero idea what kind of pinout that is, but we're just going to run, our DuPont connectors in there, and we should be good, because that is I have no idea what kind of connector that is. If anybody does, let me know. And I'll see if I can get you a better shot of it. Oh yeah, right as we get the chat window in the way. So let me move you guys over some. Once again, if anybody knows what this connector is right here, that would be great. I have no idea. But we're going to use this for the power for our Raspberry Pi. And then what he was saying is, going into the TFT screen here, it wasn't working. So he actually had to remove the wireless module here and plug directly into the transmit and receive of the wireless module. So first steps is we're going to move the power for the Raspberry Pi over to the 5-volt and see if we can get our Raspberry Pi to actually come on. And then we'll start worrying about the UART. Right now we just need to get power to our Raspberry Pi. So for the time being, I am going to take the case back, or the lid off of the Raspberry Pi, because I want to be able to see our connectors. And I'm just going to peel off 2 of our wires. And we're going to skip the first one. So the first 2 on the back row are your 5-volt, and then the ground is the 3rd connector. So we're just going to install these on the Raspberry Pi. I'll just pop the Pi out to show you guys. So just like that, we're going to skip the first connector because that's a 5-volt. We'll use that later when we go to power up the display. And then we're going to go into the 2nd and 3rd connector. So the 2nd connector is 5-volt, or 5-volt, and the 3rd is ground. So then we'll sit this back down in here. Sit it back down in the case. You can do this. There we go. And once again, the light color is our positive, which is at the top, and then the dark colors are negative, which is at the bottom. So we're just going to pop these on those pins. I know you're not seeing what I'm doing, but I'll get my hand out of the way in a minute. So that's where we plugged them in, was right here. So we've got our 5-volt power and ground plugged into this dedicated outlet. So now what we're going to do before we do any other changes is we're just going to plug the printer back in and turn it on and see if we actually get power to our Raspberry Pi. And we do. We do have power to the Raspberry Pi now. And I'll show you that. So we do have power to our Raspberry Pi, which is good because that means our Raspberry Pi will come up and we'll be able to do next steps. So we're going to kind of work through this progressively. And what I'm going to try and do is get our UART to work. And so the way that works is we want the transmit and receive need to be rolled from one another. Okay. So the first thing we'll try and do is plug into the TFT port up here again. And we'll do that with our two wires here. And I know that it's the transmit and receive is on this side. So we'll plug that in, and we're not going to be able to do anything with it just yet until we load the firmware for this board for Klipper, but we're just going to try and get our wiring set up so that we can. Okay, so transmit receive, which means it needs to go yellow than the other one on this end. Come on, give me my board back. We will be going like that here once we do our Klipper. So, oh yeah, Liz, it's going to be a great weekend. I'm getting so excited and ready to be there already. You know, going through and doing the prints for the show and stuff like that, it just starts the excitement. And I'm trying to, once again, go slow. Like right now I'm printing maker coins. Okay, that's great. Maker coins will be great. We'll add that to our stickers and everything. But I'm trying not to be like, okay, I need to have this, that, the other, and everything else, because then that'll just stress me out. It's kind of like, let's build up over a few shows than trying to do a big bang type of thing. So, oops, sorry. Good morning, Photosmith. Welcome on in. Yeah, like when I went to Rocky Mountain, I actually came home with two printer frames. So the printer frame for the Voron 2.4 and the Trident, and a bunch of different boards and extruders and stuff. So how it did not look like a four-letter word that starts and ends with B going through TSA, I have no idea. But I guess they could figure out layers and realize there was no wiring between the parts. But yeah. Hey, Creatix Brit, good morning. Good morning, by the way. Welcome on in. We got our coffee. Hopefully everybody else that drinks coffee does as well. And that the dregs of that cup are gone. But have no fear. We are prepared as always. So yeah. Yeah, Ram. I don't know about Tez, but I will pack early and I will go through my mental checklist on my packing like 5 or 6 times just to make sure I didn't leave anything behind. And then invariably I'll leave a cord or something and have to go find an electronics store. Yeah, welcome on in, everybody. You need slicer and bottom of Prusa to switch colors, and it's not easy. Okay. Yep, I've got donuts. I got my little munchkin sitting over here on the table. I've had a couple already. Cut colors between layers, not at layers. You mean have different colors in the same layer, Ram Online? Um, I know you can do layer changes in Prusa, infill in 3 colors. Not like you would have to have an object and do like what do they call it? I guess it would be painting in Prusa Slicer to highlight that internal object. Like you would have to have internal objects within the infill to change colors. And I'm assuming you're going to want like a different color and then like a translucent outer so that the different colors would show through. If you don't have an MMU, that would be the only thing that I could think of is having multiple objects within the object and then do filament painting within Prusa Slicer. They refer to it as painting and just highlight the edges or the outer edge of that object on the inner piece. Yeah, I'm trying to think through how that would work, and I mean I know how it would work with an MMU, like my Prusa Mark III right here with an MMU. In fact, I got to go and so right now I've had colors loaded all the way up to the MMU, which means there's colors in my buffer system. And all of this filament that's been sitting in this buffer system for a couple of months is brittle. It's soaked up water and it's brittle. So I'm going to have to like clean out all of the filament within the path and start getting ready to do some multicolor prints here soon. But anyhow, our Raspberry Pi is installed. Let's see if we can find our Raspberry Pi and make sure that we can talk to it. So I'm going to log into my router over here on my Mac to see if I can't find the Raspberry Pi 02W. And it's there. It's good. So apparently trying to pull 5 volt from this TFT header was not working, which means plugging into this TFT header probably won't work, but it could just be that under the Marlin firmware, that header is not called out. Or it could be that this TFT header, the UART pins for this TFT header may actually be, I'll say the same header as this Wi-Fi module. So unplugging the Wi-Fi module may make these work. I don't know, but we'll see. We'll work through that. We won't need this Wi-Fi module once we start using the Wi-Fi and going, using this as our host computer. So, hey, good morning, Chris. How are you doing? It was funny. I feel like vaguely right before I went to bed, I was watching you stream. Now you're up watching me stream. Yeah, we do have our Raspberry Pi is being noticed by our system. I'm going to switch over to the browser window and get my browser working. And the IP address for this is 192.168.10.242. And if all works well, we should come up with a Mainsail, which we did. So this right now is Mainsail running on our Raspberry Pi 02W. So, we're up. And it's complaining because we don't have a printer config. We know that. And it's not going to find the MCU regardless because this has still got Marlin on it. So we need to flash our MCU. So to do that, we're going to come back here to we're going to come back here, and there's two ways of doing this. We can flash it ourselves, or we can flash it using the pre-made firmware from the Makerbase MKS site. So what I'm going to do, so how can I put this? So looking at the physical connector layout of this board, right? If I were to come into here for the Robin Nano V3, because this is this board is a Robin, or excuse me, this is the designator on this board is a Makerbase Nano 6 V3.2. Okay, and you see how our pin configuration is here over on this side. So if I come out, and we know Makerbase is an MKS, it's a Robin. So if we come out and look at the Robin Nano 3 on their GitHub, we pull up the hardware and we say, okay, let me look at least I thought it was going to be in the hardware. Oh, let me go to the state. Closest thing I have is a 3.1 board. Click on the 3.1 and look at the pinout. It'll be a little bit hard, but you'll notice that all of these pinouts here, your display pins are side by side, and then all of your other pins go right along the side of that. That is not the way that this board is laid out. So I don't even want to try and use the pre-canned firmware that's off their GitHub, because I can't guarantee that it will be right for this board. So I'm going to follow some instructions, and we're going to actually create our own Klipper firmware and drop it to this board. And what I'm going to double check is what chip is on this. And we've got a STEM32 F407. So that is the actual MCU chip, is a STEM32 F407. So we'll want to double check that. And yes, so that does look right. So, hey, Additive Adam, thank you for the follow. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's your new alt account, FYI, for Maker Stuff. Okay, Major Gamer Geek. Cool. So you'll have Major Gamer Geek is your gaming side or gaming channel, and then Additive Adam would be your stuff for your 3D printing and tech stuff. Awesome. Yeah, it seems to be that time. Like, I guess Nero 3DP just created a new YouTube channel because he's going to start doing some gaming streams, playing like Baldur's Gate and stuff. So that'll be pretty cool. Okay, so what we need to do now is we'll need to log into our Raspberry Pi, and I need to go into Putty. I guess let me do that and get that out of the way there. So today you're drinking coffee? Yes, drinking coffee. I can't see the second emoji. Ah, you're a coffee drinking nerd. Gotcha. Okay, so we're going to use PuTTY to log into our Raspberry Pi. We're going to log in as Pi. And if you have not changed it, your password would be Raspberry. I changed mine, so it would be something else. I'm still working through my first cup, but I've got, so let's be real with it here. So we're fully loaded, so I'm good to go. It may be a long stream. So where's my full display again? All right, so we're logged into our Raspberry Pi. I'll see if I can't make this a little bit bigger. And the standard that we'll need is we'll CD to Klipper. And then we will do a, this is a brand new install, so I don't need to do a make clean. We'll just do a make menu config. And this is where we'll get into our menu. And I probably really should. Let me see if I can. Yeah, actually, I probably just need to, not sure how well you guys can see that or not. We do need to enable our low layer, or excuse me, yeah, our low level configuration options. We'll scroll down and we need to change over to a STEM32. So we just move around with our arrows and then click with our space bar. The processor model, right arrow, come down until we find the STEM32 F407. And we'll select that. The bootloader is a 48 kilobit bootloader. So for an MKS Robin Nano V3. So we'll highlight that. Clock reference is an 8 megahertz crystal, which is good. And now here's where you can, your communication interface. So you can communicate over USB, which we're not going to, or you can select different UARTs. So the plan is to try and go with UART 3. And hopefully this works because this should be the right pinout for those UART ports based on the pinout diagram that some people have shown over on Fedora's Discord that they got from Flying Bear. So that's what we're going to try and look at. And I'm going to try and verify real fast those pinouts. Yeah, because right now I believe we're at, we're going to use 3 here. And that's interesting because the other serial UART is PD9, PD8, or PA10 and PA9. So serial on USART 1, which PA10 and PA9, is the pins on the Wi-Fi socket. But I believe the TFT, from what I saw, the TFT display pins are USART 3. So we're going to give those a shot. And if it doesn't work, then we'll pull the Wi-Fi module and we'll just do that. We'll have to drop a new version of firmware, but that's not bad. Won't take us that long. So we've got that set. The baud for the serial port is currently set at 2500. I'm going to change that, right? Whoops. I'm going to change that and make it 1 million instead of 250,000. And the reason being is if you're going to do input shaping, doing USART at anything less than 500,000, you may have issues with the input shaping. And then we don't need to click anything on the GPIO pins. So we should be good. Q to quit, Y for yes. And now we will do our make. The rice bowls you made were too good not to have now. Yeah. Now you guys are going to sit here and talk about food, and I've got food sitting like within eyesight and arm reach. And so I guess technically I'm not on camera, so if I mute myself real fast, you might not know that I'm sitting here snacking. So once this is done, I'm going to cheat a little bit. What you need to do, you cannot flash this board over over USB. So you have to flash it with the SD card. So normally what you would do now is log in with WinSCP or other file transfer and download the Klipper bin file from the output or from the out folder. I'm going to do that on my MacBook because I can do that directly to an SD card, where if I do it here, my USB ports to plug in an SD card reader are underneath my display in the computer. So it's just easier to do it from my Mac using FileZilla. So I'm going to do that real fast. And then I'm going to type on the right keyboard. And once again, I'm just going to navigate to the Klipper out folder. And then I'm going to look for the clipper.bin and just drag and drop that over to my local computer. Figure out what folder I'm in. And then from there, I can take that newly downloaded Klipper bin and copy it over to the SD card. Now this is going to be the interesting part. In order to flash this, it needs to be named a specific name or the flash will not take. So Basically, yeah, we're going to need to have a specific name, if I remember right. I think that was the issue. So unfortunately, I've got the instructions like spread over multiple machines. So that's the issue I'm having. Yeah, so the file needs to be named Robin with a capital R. Underscore nano underscore 6, the number 6.ben. In order for it to be read and for that firmware to actually load. So what I'm going to do now remember, we've got our Raspberry Pi up and running. So we do want to shut that down gracefully before we do anything else. So we're going to let that shut down. Hey, welcome on in, Papa Bear Yelnats. Give me 1 second. And I was looking at my other computer. So give me 1 second and I'll come get caught up on chat real fast. MGG is also add at. Not sure what that is. You added coffee to your coffee. Oh yeah. But you also ate supper for breakfast. Air fryer bread. That's interesting. Yeah, so welcome on in, Papa Bear Yelnats. Well, nice. So you're going to be doing some YouTube content. Great. Air fryer donor. Yeah, there you go. That's one thing that you can do is use a Raspberry Pi or something else. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the 4 gig TFT card that came with, or TF card that came with the printer. And let's switch our camera views. One's which? Okay, yes, this is the front one. So what I'm going to do is take this little 128 meg card that we got from KB3D that we use just to do our firmware installs, and we're going to put that in the printer, and we're going to push it in. Now we're going to apply power, and we should see on the screen here it start up and do a firmware install. Sorry, I'm just trying to get some more of the plastic out from the screen corner there. It's driving me nuts. And we are seeing it do an erase of the firmware sector. Now it's doing the updating, which is going to be a lot quicker because we're doing Klipper instead of a full-blown Marlin with all of the display stuff that would come with it. So that's installed. We now have Klipper firmware on the printer. And once you get the updating 100, that will change, or that will not change. You're good to go. At this point, turn off the printer, then turn it back on. You'll hear the beep, but the screen will stay blank because the screen itself, as pinned out, to the display board here is not going to be compatible as Klipper screen, right? So we will do that by repinning the connectors and plugging it directly into the Raspberry Pi, but we may not get to that today. So what I am going to do is open up the web interface here, and I'm going to once again shut down my Raspberry Pi, which is the host controller. Let it do its thing. And then once it's done and the light goes off, so it's no longer writing to disk, we'll drop the power again. We will eject our TFT card. And we will do another power on. So one other thing I do want to throw out there, because I got an email today. If you guys like the Creality K1, I don't have one. I can't say anything more than what I've read out there. But Micro Center has them. Of course, it's an in-store only coupon, but they have them for $200 off, which will make that a $379 printer, but it's in-store only, so you have to physically go to the store. So just a heads up. So now we are connected, or excuse me, we're not connected. We have Klipper firmware on our MKS Robin Nano board. We've got a Mainsail OS install on our Raspberry Pi, and we're in an ad. So we'll give it 1 second. We will give it a second to let people that deal with ads deal with the ads. If you don't want to deal with the ads, you got a couple of options. You can do Twitch Nitro, and that will allow you to watch streams that you follow. Or it's September, so you can do subs on the channel. 1 and 3 month subs are 25% off, and then 6 month and longer is 30% off. You also have the option of using your Amazon. If you're an Amazon Prime member, you have an Amazon Prime sub that you can use. Okay, so where are we at? Let me... Oh, well, thank you for the Tier 1 sub, Papa Bear Yellnuts. I appreciate that. Our ad is now done. So now that we've got our initial setup. So we've got Klipper firmware installed on our controller. We've got Mainsail OS connected or installed on our Raspberry Pi, and we can get connected to the web interface. Next up, let me switch over to this window. So next up, we need a printer config file. So there's no printer config file installed yet. So we need some type of base printer config file. I do it on this side. I have downloaded a printer config file, and just to be sure that I got the last one, I'm going to grab the latest one, once again, from Fedor, who did drop his printer config file into his Discord. So stand on the backs of giants. You don't always have to recreate from the ground up. So we'll stand on the backs of giants here. And what I will do is I'm going to upload that from the Mac that I just downloaded that latest file from. I'll come over here and you'll see a printer-2 now. We'll rename that because it just needs to be printer.config. And then we'll take a look at this file. So once again, this is the setup from Fedor. I may go through and re-wicker this some just so it matches my normal setups for all of my Klipper configs because it makes it easier for me to dig through them. But you'll see he has it set up for TTY AMA0, which is Raspberry Pi UART. He also had one here for TTY S0 if you're going to use a CB1. Does have the serial for the boot MCU. We do have the beeper turned on, so this probably won't work. Well, the setup should work, but it's not going to beep anything because there's nothing connected to GPIO 7. But this is the beeper on the screen that he's got set up, so you can make it beep at the end of a print like it does today on Marlin. This is the basic core kinematics. So it's a Core XY. He's got max velocity set to 500, max accel to 8,000, Z velocity 50, Z accel is 250 with a square corner velocity of 5. Just an order thing for me, don't worry about that. The steppers, we've got the stepper pinouts. We can go through and verify those, but like I said, he's got this working today, so I don't think we really need to worry about that. So position in stop for X is 0, so that's the left side. Position min is 0, position max is 325, homing speed's 50. Y, once again, the position in stop is 0. That's the front of the printer. So it homes to the front left corner. Max again is 325. Homing speed is 50. Z here. He's got the micro step switched from 16 to 32. He is using the Z probe in this configuration, which is what we're going to be doing as well. And because the Z motors are in different, they're connected to different drivers, so they have separate drivers for each Z motor. That's good because that means we'll be able to do Z tilt and tram the bed normally at the center point, right where the lead screws are at. We'll be able to tram the bed and make sure that the bed's level at that point. Stepper drivers, this is the UART portions for your 2208s. Once again, we have 2208s for the X, the Y, the Z, and the Z1, and then a 2209 for the extruder. The extruder set up, they've got the rotation distance set in here, calibrated for UART. And I'm going to try and just go with this. We will redo the PID tunes for the bed and the heater. The probe is set up. I'm going to trust the offsets for the time being. Same thing with the bed mesh and everything. Basically, I'm going to trust this because I've seen the video and I've watched it work, and I've been on his live streams when he made this work. So I'm going to trust this. He's got his input shaper set up. We'll leave that for the time being. We'll redo our input shaper ourselves because every printer is different and the environment. So where the printer sits is going to impact your input shaper. If it's on a really wobbly, rickety table, your input shaper is going to be different than if it's on a solid surface like a concrete floor. Okay, got the fan set up, filament sensor set up, temps and graphs. Okay, so Raspberry Pi temperature and the MCU board temp will be shown. And then he's got his macros. I normally call all my macros in a separate file. And I will do that again here. I'm just going to take all of the macros that he has here. Cut. We're going to save and close this file. We're going to create a new file called macros. And paste that information in here. We'll save and close that. Then over here in our printer config, we should have an includes section up here. And we'll just need to add that in. So we'll say include space macros.cfg. And those are straight square brackets, not squiggly brackets. And we'll do a save and restart. And if everything's good, it should come up. Oop, it's not going to come up because we know our UART's wrong. So it'll take it a few moments to fail out. So our UART, let's restart our putty connection. Let me go over to our full screen display here. So I'm restarting my my SSH connection to the Raspberry Pi. I'm going to log in. And the reason we need to do this is because we need to figure out what TTY console we're using, because we're not going to be using the same one that he is using. Of course, it only talks about the serial. Oh, gotta think. To find our TTY connection. We're going to run a command here. On our Pi. And because we're connecting via UART, it's going to be a slightly different command rather than the dev serial. You know, I think it's going to be AMA3 because we're on the third UART. So let's just switch over to AMA3. Or wait. First one is 0, 1, should be 2. They're going to be 2 or 3. So Not coming up on 2. And I may need to add the baud rate in there. Give me 1 second. Really what I'm looking for is just the syntax. Hey, Outer Danger Den, how you doing, my friend? Welcome on in. So while we're waiting here, what I am going to do is just have it go ahead and update all the system components. And then I'm going to go dig through finding my serial configuration information that I need. And I keep forgetting the default baud rate in Klipper is the 250,000. And we just switched it in our firmware on our MCU to 1 million. So we do need to add a baud command in the MCU section as well. And once again, we may find that the TFT display is not working, and we're going to have to pop out the Makerbase controller's Wi-Fi module and plug into the USART 1. We'll see. I want to make it work on the TFT display if possible. Yeah, Otter Dangerous Den. What we're doing is we have a Flying Bear Reborn 2. It is a Core XY printer. Build size is 325 by 325 by 350. So it's a pretty big printer. It's another chunky boy. We like those. And when we first built it, we ran it stock on the first stream back on Tuesday. And it was, we had to do some tuning because the extrusion multiplier was off and there were some issues getting the Cura profiles uploaded because some of their file directories have changed and so forth from the video instructions in their YouTube. But we got that squared away and we printed on it and we got some decent prints off of it. Then on the last stream, we installed what I refer to as the OEM upgrades. So that is a PEI magnetic build plate, which is a dual-sided textured PEI build plate, and an ABL sensor. So we did that on the last stream, and we're continuing to print well. It prints well under Marlin. So what we're doing now is going through and installing Klipper on the computer or on the printer and getting it going. So what we're going to do here is we've got our serial set up and we're going to need to add a command underneath here that is simply baud, B-A-U-D, colon, space, and then the 1 million. And we're gonna hope and pray and check and see that our serial will work over TTY AMA3 after we set it up to the 1 million baud rate. And I will say I am kind of shooting in the dark because I don't have a designator on the board of what the TFT pins are. I know the TFT pins are there. They're marked as marked as TFT. I've got the transmit, receive. Well, they're listed as TX3 and RX3, which makes me think that it is the UART3 connection versus I know in the pinout diagram that I was able to get that the Wi-Fi module is connected into USART1. So that's listed as TX1, TX1 and RX1. So I know that that's the UART1. And the TFT connectors, like I said, are listed as TX3 and RX3, which to me says they're UART, the third UART. So, okay, so this is at least, it's getting communications to the MCU now that we got the baud rate set right, but it's not connecting to the right UART or serial port. So once again, USART1 goes to the console 0. So if one goes to 0, because all of our, everything always goes to the numbering sequences in computers always start with 0. It would make sense that the third USART port would be on the second or console AMA2. Which does not seem to be working. So, push comes to shove, we'll shut things down, we'll reflash the firmware, but we'll select the USART1, we'll unplug the whatchamacallit. We'll unplug the Wi-Fi module and see if we can't get plugged in that way. Yep, it's really not liking it. I do have my pairs rolled, so we'll have to change our wiring up slightly, but that's not a problem. We can do that. So I'm going to go ahead and shut this down. Nope, don't shut down just yet because we need to make our new firmware file. So once again, we're going to CD over to our Klipper directory in our SSH window, and we're going to run make menu config. And the only thing we need to change in here will be our communications interface. Like I said, right now we set up for USART 3, which should be using pins PB10 and PB11. And we're going to change that to USART 1 on PB10, or excuse me, PA9 and PA10. We'll quit. We'll say yes. And then we'll come in here and we'll do a make clean. And this removes the last firmware that we had in there. And then we'll do a make. And then once again, I will download that file over on my Mac and load it up on this drive. And then we'll power down the Raspberry Pi and we'll get it configured. We'll do the pinouts that we need to do and we'll get it configured. Reflash, and we should be up and talking then. Okay, so that's done. I'm going to jump into FileZilla on my Mac and reconnect to that printer. Or I should say the Raspberry Pi. Okay, did that. Move that over to the printer, or excuse me, to the SD card, and we'll have to rename it. And once again, the name that we need is Robin _ Nano _ 6. And we'll come over here and we'll just log out. We'll shut down our Raspberry Pi. Power down the printer. So we're going to switch my window. So I'm just going to go ahead and get our TFT card back in here pre-positioned. And then what we're going to do is we're going to unplug the UART wires that we plugged into the TFT display port here. And we'll unplug them from the Raspberry Pi because these are female to female connectors. And what we're going to need is a female to male connector because we're going to come up here and pull out our Wi-Fi module. Make sure I'm not going to, and it does have a antenna connected to it, so just be mindful of that. Not sure where that antenna wire goes. I'm going to try and pull it out and see if I can't trace it. Come on, darn it. All right, so it comes down around and it's connected right here. So no worries. We'll just need to disconnect that and pull this Wi-Fi module out. So there's the Wi-Fi module. We just need to disconnect the antenna from here. There we go. So this is a standard ESP07S Wi-Fi module. So we'll hold on to that. Like I said, in case we ever return this back to stock and give the printer away to anybody. And let me double check said wiring one last time. Yes. So we're going to be coming down into the last two ports on the left side. It's a little bit hard to see. This one's nice colored. This one's all nice and black. I guess I should throw on some little light here. So we're going to be connecting into the bottom two ports here. And I like to double, triple, quadruple check. And nope, call myself a liar already. So the looks of it, his board layout's different than mine. But take that back. So from the looks of it, it should be these two wires up here. The top two ports up next to the TFT card should be our these should be our pins up here. I'm just looking at the board trying to see if I've got any silk screen identification. That's where we're going to go. And the reason I'm looking is because it looks and appears like his board the layout of his board is slightly different than mine. And the fact that the TFT pins are right down here versus to the left side of the board, but it is these top two pins there. So and so we're going to go with receive being our blue wire here. and then the other wire being our transmit. And so with receive being the blue wire, the receive from the board needs to go to the transmit on our Raspberry Pi, which is the next one in line, and then the receive to the transmit, the receive of the Raspberry Pi to the transmit on that board. And that should be our proper configuration to get there. So we're going to turn the printer on. It will load the new firmware, and then we should hopefully be able to get connected, and we should hopefully not see any type of poofy red smoke or magic smoke coming out. No magic smoke, always a good sign. We got a beep. It just installed and updated that new firmware. We're going to go into our browser and try and connect back up to our, to our Raspberry Pi, which just might take a minute or two. There we go. And we're still not going to connect because we still need to change our USART port back to AMA 0. Now, if everything works, we should hopefully connect. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Oh, I actually do need to power cycle a printer. Pull the TFT card out of the MCU, power cycle the printer. Let the Raspberry Pi come up. And we are still not connecting. Why are we not connecting? That should be dev TTY AMA 0. Raspberry Pi UART. And restart. I wonder if sorry, folks. I know I haven't been paying attention to chat. Trying to get this worked out. So, hey, Tactile, how are you doing? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. What we're doing is we're struggling trying to get our UART connectivity to our board here going. And we're just, I'll say we're on the struggle bus a little bit. Not getting connected. All right. And things don't seem to be working out in your favor. Just plug a different computer in and validate commands, or different computer, a different printer, plug a different printer in and validate some commands and some configurations. So we recently got our Rook 2020 up and running. It's connected over USART, and we're just going to double check a couple of things in our config. Once again, this is a known working config by Fedora, which is 3D Print SOS on this particular thing. Oh yeah, Otter Danger Den. We are definitely on the struggle bus here. So it should be, one would think, rather easy to get this configured and up and running, especially since we went back to the standard UART and I validated that I am in the right pinouts. I don't think I need this because we have not set up Klipper on the Raspberry Pi as an MCU, and you would do that in order to do input shaper, so that's not going to be an issue. Unknown pin chip name RPi. Okay, I got you, and that's the beeper. That needs to be there in order for the beeper to work. Whoops. Fine. Why? The receives at the top. Yeah. So, RAM Online, the board that's in here is a Makerbase Nano 6 version 3.2. So this is a spin-off version of a MKS Robin Nano. Yep, Makerbase Nano. It says Nano 6 version 3.2. And it could also be, for whatever reason, that my Raspberry Pi might just not be set up for UART communication. So let's double check that. We just might be Let's just double check that. Okay. All right, so we're in here. We're going to run a raspi config. And it tells me a pallet and sand, so we'll do a sudo raspi config. Put in our password. And I'm going to check our interface options. Yes. Klipper installation. Yeah, and so they show going into USART 1, PA10, PA9. Yep, get logged in. Now what I want to do is run that. So the lslibserial command, that would only work if you're connected via USB, right? Yeah. We're connecting via UART. Yeah, there's a video link in there. I just config. reason, I don't think we have that in there. No, I guess we do. Restart method command. We set the baud rate because we are doing the 1 million baud rate because that's what I set up in the firmware when I did it.
Auf diese ID. Wir kopieren uns das und fügen das hier bei
Yeah, once again, he's connecting via USB here. And I wanted to connect via UART, not USB.
Okay, wir haben noch einen Fehler in der Config drinnen. Precision end stop.
So
stepper must be
that's the big issue there that I need to figure out is why my UART is not connecting. It's funny how everybody always says, well, you know, if you want to connect via this, connect here. If you want to connect by this, connect there. Or you know, do the configuration for this port. But they don't actually show you the they don't show you like the pinouts and stuff. So that's the thing is the board does not appear to be making. So the board was working. The board works under Marlin. We know that. We can always go back to Marlin and it'll be fat, dumb, and happy. The issue that we're having right now is wanting to connect it over UART. So I've got the transmit and receive rolled between the Raspberry Pi and the whatchamacallit, the board, and we're going into UART 1. So give me 1 second here. I mean, I'm connected into the right place. Is UART faster as USB? Well, so here's the thing. The USB connector on this printer is right here. The only way I'm getting a USB connector in here is if I don't shut the door. It will prevent the door from shutting all the way. So I do not want to do that. I want to go over UART, and I have yet to have this much problems trying to get a UART connection going on anything, especially with the Raspberry Pi. That's what's throwing me off. Um, Now, I am curious as to, because he is showing also a ground connection, so I'm wondering if I need to add a ground connection between here and the Pi for whatever reason, just to be on the safe side. It flashed okay because I did get the 100% on the front. And if I load the SD card in my Mac and look at the SD card, the firmware bin file, or in this case, Robin Nano 6 file, has been switched to robinnano6.cur. So it did flash the firmware correctly. And we did just remake the firmware to use USART 1, which is where the Wi-Fi module was plugged in, versus 3, which appeared to be the TFT pins just to the left of the USART module. So what I am going to do, though, is pull up a Raspberry Pi. GPIO pin out real fast just to find another ground. Which would be right across from my receive GPIO pin. So we'll go there. We're going to ground to the last pin here. We're going to do a reboot and see. I haven't had any problems with like the SKR Pico or even the SKR Mini E3 V3. But it's just weird. Yeah, RAM Online. We can work on that. Just give me a second here. Hmm. Yeah, I really don't know why it's not coming up. We'll do another full-blown reset. But yeah, this is why we do things like this, is to try it out. And I'm not familiar with this board, and there's no GitHub for this board that also has a manual. Like, at least the Big Tree Tech manual will tell you how to wire in certain things. That's not the case on this board, right? They had to go back to Flying Bear to get the pinout diagram for this board, which doesn't make sense why you would have to do that. Well, we are trying to connect to dev TTY AMA 0. We have still not connecting there. Yeah, and I mean, I'm trying my best to connect and run on the stock board because I know it can run Klipper. It's just trying to make sure and get it to work. Okay, so we're logged back in. And what I do want to do is cd to /dev, do an ls, and see what we see. And we're also going to take a look at the Clippy log too. So yeah, and that's the thing is I, the jumpers are making good contact, and that's why you see me putting my finger to kind of make sure and move them or press them in. But these are standard jumper connection wires that I'm using, so they should be good. So there's our config. Extruder. Okay, so we have a permission denied on TTY AMA 0. So that could be the issue. I do see a TTY AMA 0. So how about that? Oops. Did you buzz them out to make sure they are made in the factory every day? The air fryer has sheep ready. Sudo add user, user dial out. It doesn't hurt, but I would have to reflash the firmware to enable the USB ports. Yeah. So you said sudo add user. Sudo add user, $user, dial out. Yeah, the Pi user is already a member of dial out. So let's do a reboot just to make sure. Hey, Shenanigan 3D, thank you for the raid with the party of 3. That's awesome. We are doing some troubleshooting. We are currently going through trying to get Klipper installed on the Flying Bear Reborn 2 using the original motherboard. And we're just not having any luck. We'll try and take a look at the Klipper logs again. I don't know why it just did that. There we go. Take a look at the Klipper log. Scroll down to the bottom. See our last login. Macros. So this is just where it's pulling in the config. I thought I did enable UART on the Pi. Still getting permission denied on TTY AMA 0. So we will double, triple check that again. So restart my session, log in as Pi. And you set in config.txt. Yes, let me go over here to full window. Yeah. We like to play around a bit. Oop. I said no, not disclose window, full display. There we go. And you said enable underscore UART. So we do have enable underscore UART equals 1 in here under the all section. So UART is enabled. Do we have to set any type of baud rate for the UART in here? Yeah, and that was going to be the next thing I was going to do, Otter Danger Den, is take a look at the Raspberry config again. Let's see, interface options. We do have SSH turned on, of course. I have not touched SPI. I did enable, I believe I2C and the serial port are enabled. Oh. So we do want serial port hardware to be enabled, just not the console login, right? Um, 1 million baud should not be an issue. This is a Raspberry Pi 02W. Hey, Nick, welcome on in. We'll finish. And we probably need to do a reboot for that to kick in, right? That's true too. We can go ahead and redo that. So let's try and do that. We'll go into, no. We'll CD to home directory Klipper. I mean, it's a STEM32 MCU. It should be able to do 1 million, no problem. But yeah, we'll come down here and stop going crazy. We'll go back to our default 25000 250,000. So the default 250,000. And once again, this is set up for US ART1 on PA10, PA9. We'll quit. We'll save. We will pull that down over here on the other computer. Hey R&D 3D, how's it going? We are having fun. So we've got that dropped back down to 25 or 250,000 in our firmware. I will need to come back in here and we can just delete this baud line because we won't need it. We'll save and close because we're going to do a shutdown. Give the Raspberry Pi a couple of seconds to do its right. Push in our TF card into the MCU, do a power cycle. Probably, I wonder, I can just do a reset on the board. That's a negative. We'll do a power cycle. It's erasing the firmware on the MCU, updating the firmware, which it just did. So the new firmware is installed on the printer, but we do need to power cycle. So once again, wait for our Raspberry Pi to come up, and then we'll tell it to shut down. So yes, the Bluetooth should be disabled on the Pi. We will double, triple, quadruple check that. We'll restart the session, log back in. Yeah, I get you. And we want to sudo nano boot. It's in the config.txt, right? And somewhere down near the bottom, sorry for the desk scroll. So right here's the DT overlay to disable -BT, right where we enable the UART. So we enable UART and disable the Bluetooth. So that should be good there. And once again, we need to reboot the computer to make, or the printer to make sure it comes up on that latest firmware that we just loaded. And then everything's talkie-talkie. Pop our TF card, power cycle, everything. And if we have to, we'll just reflash. And when we reflash, instead of flashing Mainsail OS, we'll follow the directions and just flash a base install and then run through everything. Doing the Klipper install with Kaya and all that goodness. And I still don't know why it's this difficult. It should not be. And in fact, I'm not even sure if I've got a USB cable that will connect between the micro and the USB-B or USB. Yeah, that thing. Yeah, that would be the big issue I'm going to run into is using the Raspberry Pi Zero and trying to, be able to use a. It's still not there. All right, we failed to connect. Should be able to look at the Klipper log now. Klipper log's probably going to tell me the same thing, which is access denied, most likely. Ooh, starting serial connect, timeout on connect, wait for identify response. Serial connection. So it looks like it attempted serial connection closed, new connection, client info. We may have made some progress because it looks like now it's at least trying the connection and then it fails. I don't have another Pi Zero. Well, I've got other Pi Zeros, but they're old and they're not W's. So did the MCU ID change on me? So we are connecting via UART. So it's just going to be the TTY connection. But I do like the idea of just coming in and let's just, I'll say start from scratch on the Raspberry Pi. And we're just going to rebuild the Raspberry Pi. Oh, you know what, RAM Online? That might be a valid idea. So let me do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pull the SD card out of this Raspberry Pi Zero. I'm going to shut down Rook 2020, which of course I still, for whatever reason, have yet to save, because why would I do that? So I brought up Rook 2020 because I know that that is a Raspberry Pi Zero to a Big Tree Tech Pico board. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shut that down. I was going to use it to be able to look at and basically just keep an eye on. Now the printer config file will be completely different, of course, but we're just trying to see if it will even connect and then bark because all the pinouts are wrong. Now that is a full Raspberry Pi 3B, but it shouldn't matter because you should be able to take a Raspberry Pi card from any working config and put it into another Raspberry Pi. Hey, good morning, Daddy Wazzy. So we're going to boot this up. Being impatient. Yeah, no, I do have the pinouts rolled. Dev TTY AMA 0. So that's the same. And it still does not seem to be connecting. Hey, Pezliz. Yep, boyfriend two's here. So why, oh why, oh why, dear why? We've run the configuration that we've seen done through a few different websites now. Right, we've done the Klipper install. Firmware. Yep, we did that. Copy it, drop it, put it in the machine, turn the machine on. It goes, it goes, it goes. So exception handlings here. Starting serial connect, timeout on connect, wait for identify response. Bunch of errors and serial connection closed. So now I'm befuddled, but we're gonna start from scratch installing our Raspberry Pi Zero. So we're gonna shut everything down. We're gonna grab our SD card. Right screen, wrong screen. Yeah. So we're going to grab our original SD card that we used in the Raspberry Pi Zero. Now that we're powered down and we're turned off, we'll pull this one. We'll put it back in the Rook 2020 to make sure that it actually powers back on good and doesn't have any issues, because that'll make me cry. And so we're going to start with just doing a basic. We're not going to do a full Mainsail install on this. We're just going to do the basic install. We choose OS. We're going to do a Raspberry Pi 32-bit. Let me double, triple check. Yeah. I'm going to go with a no desktop environment version. We will go ahead and write all the pertinent wireless information from the get-go. We do the wireless. Entry code. Locale settings. Save. Right. Yes. Password. And away we go. So that's going to write over there. Should take a few minutes. Well, R&N 3D. I'm Robin. There we go. Robin. Frustrating. It's software. It is what it is. We're in troubleshooting mode. That's basically where we're at. So the Raspberry Pi is working. It's talking. The issue I'm having is getting our Raspberry Pi to talk to this controller board over UART. We tried several times. We thought maybe we were just running it too hard, setting it to 1 million. So we went back to the default of 250,000. And we're now seeing that at least the connection is failing, but we still can't seem to get a connection, which is annoying to say the least. Yeah, and I wish we had better documentation on this board, because the ones that are out there, we've got some documentation. It's in German, and the problem with the configs is it talks about, well, you can set it up for USB, or for UART, set it up using this. But then it doesn't talk about anything else of configuration of UART or where to do the pinouts. I'm following the pinouts that 3D Print SOS, Fedor or Fader, did on his YouTube videos for this. He hasn't released the YouTube video of the full Klipper install. He's done some shorts, and I've been talking to him via Discord. And for whatever reason, I'm just not getting something to work right. Yes. So on this board here, I initially tried to plug in everything to the TFT header pins right here. So which would be 5-volt ground, transmit, receive. And that was no worky whatsoever. They're listed as TX3 and RX3. So I assume this was the UART port 3. So I was trying to get that connected. It wouldn't work. We weren't even getting power to the Pi. So on this far right side of the board here is a 5-volt connector. So that's what we're actually using to draw power for the Pi, and that's worked. So the Pi's coming up. We're getting no type of errors on that. as far as like under voltage or anything like that. So we're good there. Yeah, we're board 3.2. Yeah, and basically it's a Makerbase Robin Nano, but it does have a different board layout. So I do have a pinout diagram, and I know that I'm plugging into the right places for the UART, especially now that we see that it's attempting to, but it's failing. So that's what tells me it may be somewhere software-wise that is the issue, though I don't know why. So once again, we've got our base Raspberry Pi OS on this card now. So we're going to plug this in. Pick this up. We'll plug this in. And for giggles, I'm just going to come over here and look at my solder joints. And my solder joints are good. They're not bridged. So I do see one or two that might just need a tad bit more love. So let me grab my solder and my soldering iron, and we'll fix that. It's not a major issue. It's just, it looks like it's a little light on the solder itself. So we'll just add a tiny bit just to make sure that that connection's good. One, and where's the other one? Normally I wouldn't care too much. However, I do know that down the road we're going to be connecting into a lot more of the GPIO pins to do the display. So I do want to make sure that all of these are very well soldered. Those two are fixed. Light color's positive, so positive and ground. Pi transmit to board receive. Pi receive to board transmit. Throw in a ground just to be extra safe and sure that we're grounding it up to that other board connection over here as well. Triple, quadruple check. Yes, the top pin closest to the case is our receive, so that's transmit to receive and receive to transmit. So we're good there. We will go ahead and power back on the machine. Oh, you mean plug the Raspberry Pi in with a wall wart? The MKS boards. We're looking at the Nano 3. Yeah, I mean, that shows using USART 3, which is what I was trying to do. And for whatever reason, we weren't even getting this far. But then again, I guess we could go back and try it. Let's see where we're at here, though. We could definitely give it a shot, though. Yeah, it hosts the Nano 3 bin file. My concern, though, is I wanted to build it myself. And I wanted to build it myself rather than grab theirs because there's nothing in here other than it says it's set for USART 3. And the pinouts that they show, well, let me rephrase that. The board pinout looks different than the board that I have installed on this box. That's why I wanted to, for my Robin Nano boards, I used the Klipper script to convert it. I don't know what you mean by that, but you just hurt my head in the process. So I don't know what you mean by that, Major Gamer Geek. The Raspberry Pi is back up. Let me see if I can get the session. Yes, there we go. Log in as Pi. Raspberry. And we're back up. Okay. So we got that far. So let's come back here. Sudo apt update, sudo apt get. Let's upgrade everything. Sorry, you're watching me and not my display here. So we're just doing a full system update. And then once we're done with that, we'll clone Kaya and run Kaya to install our Klipper. So right now we're still on the firmware that's set to the USART 1, and we're going to try that. If it doesn't work after we rebuild our Mainsail using Kaya, then we will switch over and install the we'll download and install the factory firmware on the board, and because at that point it can't hurt. After I make Klipper bin, I use scripts update mks robin pi .out Klipper bin .out robin nano bin. This is a Klipper update mks robin Python script. Never seen or heard of that. So, okay. So is that something where Robin Nano requires a specific update? Huh. Yeah, I get it, RAM Online. Like I said, we'll try it this way because I know Fedora has it working. So we'll follow this Flying Bear Reborn page that we have up as far as doing an install from Kaya, because it's attempting to communicate, but it's failing the connection. So we've made progress in the fact that we're getting it to communicate. So maybe we were trying to run it too fast, right? And I do want to copy this out before we lose it in the scroll demons here. Where's text? Notepad++ something. No, don't update. Give me a... Now we can throw it here. Okay. So our system is updated. So now we're going to grab our clone command. And gets not found. So let's do a sudo apt get install git. Provide I actually typed right, we'll be good. We'll install git. Yep, not a problem, RAM Online. I get it. Okay, so we got git installed. Now we're gonna download Kaya. And then we'll run Kaya. Whoops. Don't need to run it twice. Okay, we're going to install. And like normal, walk down this thing. Klipper, Python version. Yes, we'll use Python 3. Number of instances 1. And away we go. While it does that, let's take a look at this blob that you've got here. Yard pattern, parse command line on. Huh. So how's everybody doing today other than online troubleshooting Klipper install with Digital Dragon? And the need for copious amounts of coffee in the process because it's an early Saturday. Trying to compile new firmware while you listen. Yeah, so much coffee. Yeah, I'm going to be floating by the time I'm done here. The good news is, regardless, we can always just grab the latest version of Marlin and just put Marlin back on this bad boy and be done with it. But in which case, we put Marlin back on it, and we may still try and keep the Raspberry Pi running as an Octoprint at that point. But I'd much rather put Klipper on it and be able to play around with this. And I'm struggling. I really want to keep the board working with the stock stuff. And I'm thinking, so once we get the Raspberry Pi Kaya install done, we are going to turn the power off. And I want to look under the stepper drivers because I'm not sure if the stepper drivers were configured in UART mode. Because they do have step stick drivers in here. And I have no idea if they're physically connected in UART mode or standalone mode. And I don't know if that would do something with the communications as well, but we'll see. Out of coffee. Uh-oh, that's dangerous. And you would try the convert script? Well, I would assume that, so we've got a firmware.bin done, right? Well, let's see. We're gonna follow the guidelines here first, and then we'll work from there. This is always the fun part of the install. The mechanical is one thing, and then verifying your electrical and all that good stuff. But then the software is where it either goes smoothly and everything just works, or you get this. And I can't tell you how many times I've been so frustrated because I have 3 rooks. And all 3 of them, we've had some type of issue, even though 2 of them are using an SKR Pico and a Raspberry Pi Zero. Or, well, I guess one's a SKR Pico and a Raspberry Pi Zero. One's a Big Tree Tech SKR Mini E3V3 and a Banana Pi. The other one was an SKR Pico, and I was trying to use a Radsa, and I could never get the UART to work right on the Radsa, so we scrapped that, and I put a Raspberry Pi 3B on it, which once again, any of the Raspberry Pi, 3B, 4B, or 0 should just work all the same, right? You should be able to grab a card from any one of those three and put them in another, and it should work. Should be in the operative word, I know. Yep. And speaking of which, I've got a lot of coffee in me now, and I am going to put a donut in there just to try and make sure that there's something else in my stomach but just, acidic coffee. Well, and I remember using Makerbase boards like way back in the day on my TiVo tarantulas and stuff. So, I mean, I've used Makerbase boards a lot in the past, but they've all been the older 8-bit boards. I mean, this board has features. It should work just fine. I know I could go get like a Big Tree Tech Manta M5P and throw it in here with a CB1 module and be fat, dumb, and happy and be up and running quickly. But I really don't want to change all the electronics out if I don't have to. Yeah, and that's the only difference is because Makerbase MKS has their own line of Robin Nanos, but they also take that same line and do custom builds for other manufacturers. That's the issue we have here. This is a Robin Nano board, but it has a different layout than if I went and bought a Robin Nano 3. That's the issue, and that's my concern with using their firmware is because the layout of the board is different, and I don't know if there's changes in the firmware or a pinout, and I don't want to cause any issues. And once again, that's why I'm trying to take what I know to be a good file from Fedora, but even looking, it looks like he may have like a 3.1 version and I have a 3.2 version of the board or something. Because there are a couple of things that are different. Like I said, his TFT header pins in the picture I'm looking at look like the TFT header pins are between the wireless connector and the MCU, where mine are off to the side. So that tells me right there, he's got a different version of the controller board, which drives me insane. Okay. And looking at his pinout, yeah, I think he has a stock Robin Nano 3 in his. So that's the thing, is the manufacturer sent different boards. So I don't know how to solve that when every printer coming out has a different board. Or it could be the same board with a slightly different configuration or layout. You know, there is a difference between a Manta M4P 1.1 and a Manta M4P 1.0, because 1.0 doesn't have CAN bus on it, but the 1.1 does. Does that change any other pinouts? No, but it does add CAN bus on the board. Yeah, so we're gonna run this install, and this may be, you know, like, I like running Mainsail OS just because it works and you get all the base stuff installed in one shot. However, more and more now that I've started using Kaya, I think Kaya is going to be my go-to way to install Klipper from now on, and I'll just do a base Raspberry Pi install. Especially since Mainsail does not come with Klipper screen. So you'd still have to go and either install a Klipper screen manually or through Kaya. So and I will go ahead and at least install the Klipper screen software while we're in here, even though we're not going to be connecting the screen up just yet because we're having so much fun just trying to get basic communication set up. And I am a Mainsail kind of guy, so I always do Mainsail. You think you stop the ads. Say yes, just because. Okay, so that's Mainsail. We want to do Klipper screen, which will be 5. Oh yeah, like so I will say, you say companies like Big Tree Tech. Big Tree Tech does not sell printers. ByQ sells printers, and ByQ and Big Tree Tech are together, but ByQ or BQ is the one that sells the printers and the extruders and stuff like that, where Big Tree Tech is the board side of things. I'll be honest, I love my Big Tree Tech boards. The issues that I have had with them have just been really dealing with getting Mainsail to talk to them right, or not Mainsail, but Klipper to talk to them right. And it just seems, like I said, I'm trying to use Mainsail OS, but anytime you're using a precompiled OS, you know, when was the last time it's updated? I mean, you saw I installed a yeah. Brain fart. You know, even doing a base install of Mainsail OS, there's still like 40 to 50 OS updates that need to be installed, right? So it's only as good as the last compile and upload, where if you always install the base OS, run updates, and then run Kaya to install Kaya, you're always supposed to be installing the latest version that's available, because it goes out and pulls it from the source. So when this comes up, we shouldn't need to do any updates. It should pull directly from the latest source. Yeah, and then I'm going to work with KB3D Chris, and he's going to make me learn RepRap firmware when I do a black box build. I've never played with well, let me rephrase that. I had never played with RepRap firmware, and then Evil Diesel had me print parts so that he can build a Costal Mini Delta printer. And for whatever reason, he decided to put a duet board on it and run RepRap firmware. And I had never used RepRap firmware before, so that was fun trying to troubleshoot and learn on the fly. A lot of Google foo there. Well, and the biggest thing there is, rather than install vanilla Klipper and then go and make configuration changes in your printer config file to make things work, they do these custom builds. Like, they literally customize the Klipper build. And so if you run like a Klipper update, like on the BQ Huracans, right? You know, people have been using Klipper for a while, went in there, they did hey, is there any updates? You know, they clicked the little refresh button, it came up and said everything was invalid. They tried to do an update and it failed. Even the soft update failed. So then they did the hard update, which does a force update from the actual Klipper repos, and it broke everything. And they had to basically go and get new firmware download from BQ, which wasn't even up on their GitHub at that point. And so that was nasty. Yeah, and that's what I'm starting to do. Additive Adam, aka Major Gamer Geek. I love Mainsail OS. I love the ease of Mainsail OS, but I've had issues when I do that on something other, and it's weird issues too. Like on the Rook 2020, right? I did Mainsail OS and everything was working great. I wanted to add a Klipper screen to it. And I went into Kaya and installed Klipper screen, and it saw the screen because you'd see the Linux, boot up sequence, but it wouldn't kick into Klipper screen. And there's some permission that you have to go and change in order for Klipper screen to run. But if I had installed it all with a fresh blown of Kaya, it would have worked out of the box. So I mean, that's the thing. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. So I haven't talked to West 3D about one of their Rook kits. I did have the Fabrico kit, so I have a self-source marked one, the Fabrico kit. I got the 2020 rail kit from Fabrico when I got the Fabrico kit, and I did that as a separate printer build. So I've got 3 Rooks now. I'm supposed to get one of the finalized Rook kits from LDO once they get those done. That'll be later this fall. And then, yeah, I haven't thought about grabbing a West 3D kit yet. I mean, at this point, it's just different different files. It's not really different, you know, it's different printed files. It's not really different hardware or anything like that, really. Yeah, Repeater Host way back in the day I used, and every time I try and pull it up now and I see other people that pull it up and use it, and I just cringe. Like that old school interface just makes me cringe for whatever reason. Maybe because it reminds me of working on, you know, when I first started working on my TiVo Tarantula and maybe an ANET A8. So, and at some point down the road, we're gonna revisit the TiVo Tarantula and we're gonna make it into something better, something else. Yep. Yeah, Free Heathen, if you're still here and listening, I did see your Discord post or your Discord DM. So I do have those. I am going to be working on updating something and hopefully getting something printed out for ERF in a week. We shall see. Fingers crossed. All right, come on. Well, and that's the thing is Repetier Host is lighter weight. That's the nice thing with Klipper is it's pretty lightweight, where with Octoprint, it's a little heavier weight for a web interface, but it does give you a lot of plug-in capability. So Timor, this has been a project partly because you guys kept asking me about, you know, have you looked into it? Have you looked into it? Have you looked into it? And looking at it, I'm like, bang for buck price wise. Like I can unplug the Raspberry Pi, put the wireless module back in here, put Marlin back on it, and I could just print. You know, but I would say that the wireless connectivity into Cura has been hit or miss. Like I've had to do various things. It does not like it. And part of it is because I think, and this is very similar to the Prusa Mini, a print finishes it and it has a confirmation window here. It says confirm print done or reprint. And that hangs the connection with Cura. Same thing with like the Prusa Mini when you're connecting through, was it Prusa Link? When it finishes, it does not release the printer. So if you try and upload and do another print, even if you've cleared the print bed because you forgot to interact with the screen and say, okay, done, it will not let you start another print, and it just causes undue errors. The other thing I'm going to install while I'm here is Crow's Nest, just because. So Crow's Nest is the camera. I may add a camera in here at some point, so just to have it available, we'll go ahead and get it installed. And you go, but the camera, yeah, I'd have to get a, what is this, a micro USB to USB extension cable, which is easy enough to do. I just have to find it and order it. Or I do have a WaveShare 4-port hub for, it connects via the Pogo pins on a Raspberry Pi Zero and gives you 4 USB ports. So you can do that and add regular Type A USB ports. But yes, the plan will be to put it up here and actually print on it for a while before I decide to do anything with it, Timor. Yeah, and my Ender 3 is still a workhorse. It still sits here. I've got over 4,000 print hours on that frame. And like I said, it throw Octoprint on it. Well, now I've got Klipper on it on a Big Tree Tech SKR Mini E3V3 board. And I just upload, print, upload, print, upload, print, upload, print. And it just works. Yeah, and so that's the thing, Timor. I'm trying to make this work with as little changes as possible. I would love to get this board working with Klipper because I know it's supposed to work with Klipper. Now, beyond that, if I can't get it to work with Klipper, I know that Big Tree Tech is going to be at ERF, and I've talked to Big Tree Tech. I've got a relationship that I'm starting with Big Tree Tech. And so I will talk to Big Tree Tech. And if I can't wrangle a board out of Big Tree Tech for this particular build, then I always fall back to my other dealer. We'll just call him a dealer. Let's be honest. He deals to my addiction. And that's KB3D Chris. Because I know if I went to Chris and said, hey, Chris, can I get a Big Tree Tech MP5 for this printer and a CB1 module, he'll probably throw it in when I talk to him about the next major build, which I really want to build a black box. And if we can make a deal on building a black box, then that's going to be content for a while on this channel. But yeah, Chris is my dealer. He's my 3D printing technology dealer. And if he doesn't have it, then I talk to my other low-level dealers. But he's my supplier. What's a black box not in a plane? So the black box printer is it's a 300 by 300, and I can't remember what the, all right, folks, we're on the third cup of coffee, starting soon. It's a 300 by 300 build plate. Core XY, I want to say it's built with 4040 extrusions, and it is a 5 tool head water-cooled tool changer printer. And KB3D has had 80% kits in the past, and they are in beta testing on a 100% kit right now. It will use Duet 3 hardware and the RepRap interface. So that's where I was saying he's going to get me learning RepRap as well, so I'll be able to work in Marlin. Though Marlin's painful, but I'll play with Klipper and RepRap. But it is he'll have it at ERF. He's doing live streams right now on Twitch on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays. So he will be live at some point tomorrow doing it. Yeah, I get it, Timor. Like I said, I'm gonna work this struggle bus. If we can't get it talking Klipper today, then we will convert it back to Marlin so we can continue printing, because you know it's for those of you that have come on late. Let me see where I'm at here. So we're getting some good prints off of it. Here, let me just come over a little bit closer to the screen here. So other than the one wonky layer line, let me see if I can get the, oh no. I mean, we're getting really good prints off of it. I'll have to, let me switch over to the other camera here and I'll show you the layer line that I'm referring to. So on this print, we get this one layer line, and it's not a layer shift because it bulges out on the inside as well. So it's like one layer line that was just bulging out there, and I don't know why. And I think it was an issue with the Z lead screws itself, because it happens right about that same spot, and I think it's where, as the bed lowers, that's where the anti-backlash nut finally hits its full extension and then starts to, you know, fully engage the threads on the top and the bottom of the lead screw. So I have since put PTFE lubricant, some 3-in-1 oil PTFE lubricant on it, and the other prints that I did right after it don't have that same mark on them, right? So these prints do not show that bulged layer line like we saw on this print. And I will have these at ERF because these are going to hold either business cards with my channels on it or the stickers. And then this print will be at ERF as well because it's going to have candy in it. I'll have some Hershey's Kisses in it. But I mean, this turned out pretty darn good. I'm getting good prints. This is a pretty decent overhang because it prints flat like that. And that overhang came out really good. You know, so the printer's printing well. And I haven't found the speed like I'm tuning it up in speed wise, even on Marlin. But if I can get this over on Klipper, I know I can probably do input shaping and run it a lot harder. You got a Halloween pack of Canadian treats, not cases. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I'm still actually digging through the treats that you gave me at Murph. Just because I can't eat that much candy. Chocolate, yes, straight chocolate, but the candy, not as much. But yeah. And I think I ate the whatever was like a, I'll say like a Chex Mix or a Trail Mix. I know it wasn't Chex Mix, but whatever that was, I think I ate that there during the show. Little baby bars of chocolate? Okay. Well, I mean, we're in Halloween season, so it's real easy to go and get a ton of Halloween candy. Bits and Bites, there you go. Yeah, so I keep a couple of these dishes I have one up here in the office and one downstairs, and it's Hershey's Kisses. So I'll just go and get different Hershey's Kisses and keep some on hand. I've got to make sure my blood sugar doesn't drop. Or at least that's what I'm going to say. Yeah, so KB3D Chris was printing last night with the black box. And it was going really well. I mean, his first dual color print printed well. I mean, there was some issues. A little bit of the XY offsets between the two tool heads were slightly off, so he did go and tweak those a bit, as well as the offsets between the two tool heads. But other than that, I mean, his first couple of prints, I'd call successful. You know, I mean, yeah, I'd call them successful. First couple of prints off this were, I'll say, kind of bad, but I quickly realized it was primarily due to the fact that it was just way over extruding. And then also the belts were pretty loose. So I did go in and, excuse me, and tighten the belts a bit, tension the belts up. So I didn't think Crow's Nest was going to take this long. But yeah, once this is done, we will we'll give it a shot, and if it comes up talking, great. If it does not, then we'll have to, of course, work on that. We may try and go over to console port 3. I think we do have to do that tweak, though, in the boot config.txt to make sure that we've got the Bluetooth turned off and the enable the console or enable UART. So we'll have to do those two things. So while we're waiting for this to finish, I will be right back. I'm going to go grab something to show you all. What? The games? So I just went downstairs to grab a print and saw that the Clemson Tiger game is on. So it's Clemson at FSU, which is always interesting. Uh-oh, what happened? Daddy Wazzy just cheered a bit. Awesome. Whoops. So this just finished on the Inner 5 size, the Inner 5 Plus size 0G last night. And I'll bring you in on the other camera so you can see. I had to swap filament spools. And for whatever reason, it did not adhere, but it didn't skip layers. It just did not adhere for whatever reason when I switch spools. So I am going to take this off. I will gloop this on, and then I'll have to smooth out the edges where it kind of peeled up a little bit. And this is going to be a salvageable helmet. But this sometimes happens when you swap filament rolls. For whatever reason, it could be that the second spool was a little wet or wetter or not, you know, I don't know. But 3D Gloop's going to be the rescue, and then we'll be using some of our techniques to get this cleaned up. But this is the, what is this? This is the Death Trooper helmet from Galactic Armory. And all of our supports are going to pop off here with just a little bit of massaging. Our supports are coming off in huge chunks. I like how clean the supports can come off in Prusa Slicer and Orca Slicer for these tree supports. And once again, thank you for the cheered bit, Daddy Wazzy. I appreciate it. Really didn't think Crow's Nest was going to take this long to install. We'll try and get some of these supports off so you can see what the helmet looks like. And on these helmets, I just run the auto support. I don't try and manually support or anything like that, which I know I can do and reduce the amount of support material that's being consumed. But when you're doing a large multi-day print, I'd much rather have extra support to take off and a completed print than a failed print that then requires, you know, me to start over again or potentially a lot of work to make usable. Where did you get the red war helmet from? I bought them from an Etsy store. I'd have to try and find it again and pull it up for you. But I want to say it's like California Customs or something like that on Etsy. If you do a search for Warhammer or Space Marine Chaplain helmet, it'll come up with that one. And all of my Warhammer helmets are from that particular vendor right now. Uh-oh, did we finally finish? You want to add update manager? Yes. Yes. Reboot. Sure, why not? And just like everything else in 3D printing, if you don't bleed, did you actually do anything? Removing supports is where I normally wind up bleeding. Well, fun. Okay, so I think we are finally done with the Kaya install. I'll put this down on the floor. I'll step on that piece that I just dropped later, and I'll probably do it barefoot, because why not? The 10-pound Tanya Harding can cure electrical and software. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, so we should be done. We're going to go back. We should see everything is installed. Just for giggles, I'm going to go into the update menu, put in the sudo password for Pi. I just want to make sure that everything is the latest and greatest version, which, surprise, surprise, it is. So we'll go back, quit, and we'll do that sudo reboot now. And we'll let it do a reboot and come back up. And we have firmware on here already, Klipper firmware on here already, set for the UART1. So we should be able to just upload the printer.config file and rename it, and we would be good. Because of course it's going to come up and complain because it doesn't have a config yet, right? So it's not ready. There's no let me refresh to get rid of the cache. So printer is not ready. Clippy Host software is attempting to connect, but it can't because there's just a base printer config in here set to nothing. It's never going to be able to connect to that. So what I'm going to do is over here on my other computer, I am going to upload that printer config file from fader. We will delete this one, rename this one. Okay, and once again, this is set up with serial dev TTA or TTY AMA 0. So UART 0 or UART 1. So it should be good to go. We'll do a save and restart and see if it can communicate. We should be defaulted to the 250,000 baud rate. A little disconcerting. Not sure what's going on there. All right, we're actually going to do a power cycle. I'm not sure why it's being all strange, but whatever. We'll just give it a power cycle. Oh, so what did we forget to do? Restart our session, log in as Pi, Raspberry, sudo nano / boot / config.txt. Scroll down towards the bottom. Yep. Now we need to add, what was it, DT overlay equals, and I can never remember what. Aye, aye, aye. Does anybody remember it's the DT overlay and the really? All right, guys, help. I'm floundering again. Oh, there we go. So we need to enable UART1. That's what we need. Enable underscore UART equals 1. And then we need the one to kill the Oh, interesting. Yeah, see, enable UART1, but there's another thing that you need to do to kill the darn it, language is so hard sometimes. There's one to enable UART, but then you also have to most likely disable the Bluetooth. I didn't realize there were so many different UARTs. UART, Klipper. The hell with it. We'll worry about that if we need to. Control X, yes. Enter, because I know that shutting the Bluetooth off is a potential you may need to. Do a reboot. And it kills me that I can't find what I'm looking for. All right, give me 1 second. Once again, this is why we have multiple terminals turned on at the same, or printers on at the same time, so we can copy paste. Okay. Enable UART1. Enable UART1 and DT overlay. Oops, equals disable-BT. That's good. And that was the other piece that we need to do as well. Okay, so cmd line.txt. Now this is the part we have to do. We have to get rid of the serial console because that's going to block the console, and the console is just going to go to TTY. Do another reboot. I know there was a reason. Or there was something else. So that was even blocking it, attempting to talk over the USART. Because it was waiting for an interactive login at the command prompt. Okay, so at least we're trying to connect, supposedly. We're not getting any joy, so not connecting. Let's take a look at a Klipper log and see what we got. Same thing, it's attempting to connect. So it is starting the serial connect, but it's timing out. And then closes the serial connection and tries to go again. So it is timing out. I think it just finally failed. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to try the Klipper script. Now, am I to assume that this should already be on their atomic atom or additive atom? Well, so the baud rate that we put on the firmware was 250,000, and the default baud rate in Klipper is 250,000. So we should be good. I shouldn't have to add in a baud rate to the Klipper config. I mean, we can. It's not going to hurt. Right, so we will put that in there. We'll do a restart. But the other thing that we'll try is that script that Major Gamer Geek was talking about. Yeah, it's talking, but it's not. Yeah, let's pull that back up. So what we're getting is a timeout error. So yeah, serial connection closed. So it's basically timing out. So it starts the connection, new connection, client info with Moonraker, timeout on connect, wait for identify response. Oh, I can show the screen. I was going to say we can also try and run that script, though nothing else that I have run across has said that there would be a need to run said script. But And the script that you mentioned, Major Gamer Geek, was make Klipper bend. You use scripts update MKS Robin Pi out Klipper bend out. So it's basically runs this script against Klipper bend and does its thing and renames it as Robin Nano bend. Yeah. And so my question is this update MKS Robin Nano already there? But I mean, we'll find out very quickly. CD into Klipper, right click, run, and it says go away. Should have. Oh, geez. I might thinking, okay, well, we still have that firmware there. Well, no, we don't, because we rebuilt our Raspberry Pi. So it would help if we would run make menu config, low level, stem 32, F407, 48K bootloader. Clock was 8. We want to go on USART 1. 250,000. So this is the config that we currently have loaded on the printer, and we're not able to communicate. We'll run that script, we'll reflash it, see if it communicates. If not, then the next step, RAM Online, would be to download the firmware from the vendor site for USART 3. We would repen to USART 3 and then attempt that. And then barring anything else, I'm stumped and stymied at that point. Okay, so that is made now. We're going to run this script command. That was quick. Whoops. We should have a Klipper bin and a Robin underscore nano bin. So that's good. Correct. And that's what we're plugged into right now is the Wi-Fi module USART pins. And they are set to 9 and 10. So 11 and 12 would be USB. We did set it to USART. I don't think we get the, yeah, we don't get the thing. So what I'll do is CD up a level. And if we do the make menu config, which will show us our last configuration, we are on USART 1, PA10, PA9. So that's how we set our config, right? Or are you saying the log file was talking about that we were on? The log file doesn't say anything about, okay. So we should be good there. Hey, Creatix Brit, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to log in with FileZilla. Over on my laptop, we're going to go look for that Robin Nano bin. And then copy that over to our drive. Update it to Robin Nano _6. Put that into the printer. We will send a shutdown command here. Wait for the write to happen on our Raspberry Pi. Yep, the only difference from putting it into the downloads folder, downloading it, putting it on an SD card, renaming it, is I'm just doing that on a different system. So this is, we ran that conversion script that Major Gamer Geek gave us. We updated the name from robin_nano.ben to robin_nano_6.ben. It's going to flash the firmware, which it is doing. So the firmware is now flashed on the printer. We will have to power cycle and reboot the printer. However, we'll let our Raspberry Pi come up. We'll shut it down. Yep, looks same. Oh, Mocos are doing a baby shower over there? Nice. I'm going to shut this down so I can reboot the printer. And like I said, if this doesn't work, the next thing up would be to download the firmware from the manufacturer's site and give that a shot. And we'll have to repen over to USART 3, which would be the TFT display pins. It's trying to connect. And I can tell you it's not going to work because it should have connected by now. Exactly. Exactly. This is very close to what we do now. We're still not connecting. Let's scroll to the bottom. Yeah, and it's just not making that call. And we don't have a printer or a display configured. We have no display pins. We have no display configured. So I have had issues in the past where if a display isn't available, that Klipper doesn't come up. So for giggles, I'm just going to physically unplug the screen for now. Just unplugging them. And so help me, if this comes up, I'm going to lose my stuff. Well, that's good. Because if I just unplugged that display and that's what was keeping it from coming up, I was going to lose it. Yes, we tried using the existing firmware that we had on there. Then we rebuilt it using the same exact make menu config settings and then put it through the Robin Nano script, and we're still not connecting. We're seeing the connection, right? But we're timing out. It's not talking. And we've even gone in and set the baud rate, even though we shouldn't need to, because we've got the baud rate set to 250,000. Yeah, so it's still not worky. So we're going to go ahead and shut down. And we'll pull down that oh God, why is English so hard sometimes? We'll pull down that factory file. Firmware. Ruh-roh. Klipper for MTS boards. Go to the 3.x. Robin Nano 3.x. And grab the USART version. We have a standard and a UART3. So we're going to give the UART3 a shot. And I'm going to validate the image that the UART3 is going to PB11 and PB10. So we've got our power turned off, and we are going to change our plugs from the Wi-Fi module to the TFT pins. Okay, I'm losing you. Base Klipper bin now without the screen. So I need the 128 meg card. Put that in the reader. We're going to take the Robin Nano 3, blah, 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 blah. Put it over there. And it said to rename it to just the B3, but I don't know if that will work. So I'm going to use the same naming convention I've been using, which is Robin_Nano_6. And chances are we're going to have to change the UART pins. Found gold. So once again, the problem with this, right, is one, which one of these boards do I look at? And even if I've got a Robin 6.32 or 3.2, if I go to take a look at this, and of course that looks like a straight pinout, but this pen layout on the right hand side here is completely different than this board layout that I'm looking at. That's what I'm talking about. That is the difference. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to unplug from the Wi-Fi module. I'm going to go back and plug in our 2 wires on the board. I'm going back to our female. Transmit, receive. Which means receive needs to go to transmit. So I've reconfigured our jumpers to where we're going into the USART 3. And here, let me So the issues that I am running into, so this is the setup that Fedora has working today, using the USART and the using USART1 in the Wi-Fi module. He's using the transmit receive, and he's got a ground attached as well. So I had those three going in there. You'll notice that here's the TFT pins, the TFT header, right? 5-volt ground, TX1, or no, TX3, RX3. My TFT header is not right there. My TFT header is over on the side here. Now the board that he is showing here, that is this board layout, right? Of course, why would it? So the TFT pins are right here between the wireless and the chip. My board, however, is different, and I'll show you my board's pinout config. Okay, you'll notice right here, well, here's the chip, here's the Wi-Fi module. My TFT pins are right next to the Wi-Fi module, just to the, I'll say to the right of it. And then here's my boards. You see how this is a different board layout? That's the issue I'm having, right? So the board layout is different. So I'm having, I don't want to say concerns, but that's the difference that I'm having. But at the core, it's still a Robin Nano. It should, you would think, work. Can you have that picture? It's on a Discord page. I don't know how to send it to you. Oh crap! And of course, I removed the display, so I can't tell if it's flashing. But yeah, give me a second, and I will copy it over to my Discord page. Just let me get the displays back in, so I can make sure that we're actually firmware updating. Check this card to make sure to see if it did actually update the firmware. And it did. Say it did, but yeah. So what I'll do is update the firmware, copy image. There, so there's the board image that you're seeing there. Yeah, so the factory one is set to UART3. So I just repinned it to UART3. And the serial connection is this for the serial connection? No, the dev serial connection would be for the Raspberry Pi's UART. So it's trying to use UART AMA 0. So that's correct. By default, we should be using that baud. We'll bring that out there. We'll click save and restart just to be giddy. And we haven't rebooted the printer since the firmware load. So just to be good, we'll shut down the host, turn the printer off, turn on. And yes, that is the bin file that I downloaded. There you go. Here's your invite RAM. And once again, we are still frustratingly not working. Start serial connect. It, for whatever reason, is not wanting to connect to this MCU. And this is utterly and completely annoying. And I've used all of my Raspberry Pi 3s. So we're going to try something. We're going to shut down. And we are going to remove our connections. We're going to add this wave share top hat. which should hopefully get us some USB connections, some standard USB connections. We will need to add our 5-volt power. That one is 5 volt. GPIO power, I'm going to leave the UART unplugged. We do need to plug in this little adapter board. And that will give us a couple of USB connections that we can then hopefully connect into our printer. Means we will have to flash our firmware yet again, but that's doable. And we'll flash it to the straight USB. Because at this point, I just want to see if we can get the darn thing talking to something, anything. I don't want to do that yet. Don't want to do that yet, but I am going to need this to generate a new Klipper bin file. We're just going to go back up and we're going to do USB. Didn't need to do anything else. Quit. Yes. We're going to make clean. And then make. Once this is done, we will of course, download it over on the Mac, copy it to the flash drive, reflash the firmware so that we want to talk over USB, and we'll see if we can get it talking and moving under USB. And then we'll have to figure out what the heck is going on with this board as to why it doesn't want to talk. Okay, that's done. Come over here, go to Klipper out, .bin. That over there. Yes, overwrite. That in the printer. We'll do a shutdown. Oops. Firmware is updating. Firmware is updated. Another shutdown. Pop the TFT card out. Power cycle. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and plug into USB. Still not going to come up because it's still configured for UART, so we need to do our command. We should be able to do the LS by serial ID. Restart the session, go in as Pi, Raspberry, do our ls by serial command. Hey, look at that. We've got a blah, 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 blah. We've identified our board. And yeah, crap. What's the syntax? Dev serial by ID. Okay, so I just need to grab the whole line. Comment that out. We won't need baud. Save and restart. RAM Online found some differences between receive and transmit. Well, I was following the diagram for this board, and I was making sure that transmit was going to receive and receive was going to transmit. So should be good. I never did try and roll the connection, but I don't think it would even attempt to connect if it was transmit to transmit, receive to receive. But now I'm trying to figure out like why won't the printer even come up? Dev serial by ID USB Klipper blah blah blah. We've got that set. We've got the rest of them commented out. Restart methods command. We're up and running. And I'm going to lose my ever-loving mind. And I'll tell you why here in a second. We've been taking MCU errors, right? We were taking an MCU error trying to connect via USB, right? What did I just comment out? I commented out the second MCU for the RPi, and we came up. So, CD Klipper. CD/Klipper. What the hell? Okay. Burns Klipper. Make menu config. Fingers are not working now because I'm frustrated. So the RPi MCU was probably there for them to do ADXL. Plus, that's how he has the screen set up on the thing. Regardless, I'm wondering now if the MCU it couldn't talk to was the actual Raspberry Pi and not the frickin' controller. So hold that thought for a second. Which one do you guys want to try? 3 or 1? We'll do 3. Why not? We'll try to go to UART serial 3. Still at 250K. Quit. Yes. Okay. Make clean. Make. I'm going to get angry if the issue is what I think it is, which was just having that secondary MCU, because I have not installed I haven't run what it needs to make the Raspberry Pi a secondary Klipper MCU. Oh, sorry, Ram Online. So what I did right now is we are up and connected via USB, right? Dashboard, temps, the whole 9 yards. We're connected via USB. What I did, because initially when I came up, it wasn't connecting and I was getting confused and I was getting annoyed. So I came in here and commented out the second MCU listing, which is for the Raspberry Pi, because I have not installed Klipper on the Pi as a host, right? Because you can set up Klipper on the Raspberry Pi as a secondary MCU and then use that to run other things. So I commented that out, and I had to comment these parts out because it does call a RPi GPIO pin for the beeper. I commented that out, did a restart, and we came up on USB. So what I'm going to do is reflash the Klipper firmware. So give me a second. I need to do a couple of things real fast so I don't flubar myself. So we know that the USB worked. So Klipper underscore, okay, I'll just do this way. Robin Nano 6 USB. So now what I want to do is I'm going to try and connect it back up to UART into 3 and see if it works. And if it does, I'm going to get upset. Partially. Because it may have been that what we were fighting wasn't the actual Robin board, but a configuration line that said that the Raspberry Pi should be acting as an MCU. Frustrating, not the end of the world, but definitely would be frustrating. Like that for the time being. We will undo this USB hat. Yeah, so transmit on the Raspberry Pi goes to receive on the UART, and receive on the Raspberry Pi goes to transmit on the UART. So we're good there. We're pulling power from the MKS board. So we've got physical connection back there, right? We are going to, this is Klipper. Make that Robin. Nano 6. UART 3. I'm going to try and save myself a bunch of renaming later on and having to recompile firmwares. All right, give me 1 second. Power, beep, erase, do your thing. Look at my Discord. Okay, so I'm assuming based on the color scheme that the left column of pictures, whoops, full display. Okay, based on the color scheme, the left column of pictures here go to the right board, which is the one that Fedora has, and the right column of pictures down here go to the left board, which once again, the USB for my board says it should be PB10, PB11, and it looks like there's some difference in the CS pins for TMC and SPI mode. Okay, so yeah, there may be some pin differences, and I will double check all of those pins. Right now, I'm just trying to see if we can get the printer to actually come up. So we took an error there, but that's because it's looking for USB. So what we're going to do is we're going to comment out the serial for USB. We're going to uncomment the serial for the Raspberry Pi UART. Save and restart. Yeah, I got your RAM online. I got you. So we're still not connecting to our USART 3. which is just flooring me. But I haven't power cycled the printer since the firmware update. Let me do a power cycle. Now the printer should be up and running on the new firmware. We'll give that a minute to pop up. It just does not like that. Let's come over here and do one more make for the and go back to USART 1. Once again, that's the one that Fedor said he tried every configuration and could not get it to go. And USART 1 was the only one he could do and had to pull the Wi-Fi module. We'll go make clean, make. Awesome, Pezliz. So did I actually put you to sleep or did you just physically like go lay down and take a nap? So we're going to do another make, and this will be as, using USART 1. And then we'll download that. That way we'll have 3 different pre-made files. We'll have USART 3, USART 1, and what we know to work, which was USB, right? So we'll get those 3 going and installed. Well, we'll have those 3 available. We'll go ahead and load that up as USART 1, and we will physically reconnect the Raspberry Pi over to the USART 1 connections again, and we'll try that out, see if that works, because we're still having this issue of not being able to talk and communicate, which is extremely frustrating, and I'm still not getting why we're having this much trouble getting UART to go up on this board. And it's really, really, really enticing me to want to jump over and throw a Big Tree Tech or something else in this. Yeah, all this software firmware stuff could definitely put people to sleep. It's definitely annoying the crap out of me because I have, like I said, I've never had one that has been this difficult to try and get talking. And the only thing I can think of once again is, the difference in boards. Unplug that one. Grab these two. So blue is transmit. And green, whatever, is receive. We're going to bring that up and we're going to go into even. So this goes in the top one. One there, one there. Go ahead and add a ground just to have a ground. Okay, so we've got our power in for the printer so that we can do the firmware. I'm actually going to unplug the Raspberry Pi so I won't have to keep waiting for it to boot all the way up just to turn it all the way off. So firmware is flashed. Turn that back off, pull that out. Back in there, we got our UART pins in there. Power back on. You were told to take a nap, so you did. Well, that's good. Fresh and fruity again. My laptop might have just broke. It will not turn on now after being shut down. Uh-oh. Must have caught the Pi Zero virus. Uh-oh. Score! We did it! The entire freaking issue that we were fighting and arguing about wasn't the controller board MCU. It was the freaking Raspberry Pi MCU because we have it installed Klipper, or we have it installed Klipper on the Raspberry Pi where the Raspberry Pi is a host, is a Klipper host. That has been our issue. Oh dear God. There is 5 hours of our lives that we are not going to get back. Speaking of which, 5 hours, I'm going to plug in the battery before I lose the mics. Give me 1 second here as I plug in the batteries on the mics. Oh my God. Now, he does have UART configured for the he does have UART configured for all of the drivers. I've never done UART on a TMC 22 whatever. Are the AB or XY and Z motors? Well, let me rephrase that. Yeah, I've never done UART with those particular drivers before, nor on this board. So I will need to double check if I need to do some type of a jumper config to set them in UART mode. I'm sure I will have to. And in all of this troubleshooting, I have yet to pull one of those stepper drivers to figure out if there is even a jumper set up underneath there that puts them into UART mode. I know the extruder should be in UART mode, even under Marlin. So that's what we're going to do, is we're going to look at the extruder motor and kind of extrapolate from there. But yeah, so we're going to have to take this back down now that we finally got it up, just to verify a couple of things and to see if I need to add some jumpers to the board. Well, I guess what we can do, let me see here. You may have the config if it works. Okay. So main screen up here. You see the Reborn. Darn it. I was hoping that you would be able to see the Toolhead from up there, and I don't think you do. Let's go on a field trip. Slight field trip. Let's see if I can get you set up over here. Yeah, there you see the Toolhead. So that's good. A little bit of progress. Let me straighten that up a bit. So you'll see the Toolhead. We're just going to try and home something and see if it works or see if it shuts down, right? Because why not? I want to see this thing move under Klipper. So can we home the x-axis? And it failed due to a printer shutdown. Unable to read TMC UART stepper Z registered blah blah blah. That's what I was thinking. Okay. And I have a feeling what the issue is it's not set up in UART mode. Right? So your mother's going to slam you. Oh, may you have this config if it works? Yeah, certainly. So I'm going to turn the power off. I'll bring you guys back around. And we'll pick off a couple of stepper motors. One flipping ABL wire always gets in the way every time I try and move this stuff. Okay, and which is which? We're just going to pick one. All right, it's went in this configuration. All right, old man eyes. Hey, Tech Jeeper, welcome on in. Welcome on in. We have been chasing frustrating config settings. TMC 2225s. Yeah, we've been trying to get Klipper going on this through UART. And it wound up, the whole reason that we haven't been able to get it to come up on UART or USB or anything else was because in his printer config, he had a secondary MCU set up for the Raspberry Pi. So, yeah. All right, so this one was a TMC 22, and that has the 2 in it. Y, Z1, Z2. Okay, we're going to look at this end one as probably the other stepper type, and that is one direction. So let me bring up my old man eyes. When I say old man eyes, I mean zooming in on my phone camera so I can. That's a 2225 as well. So which one is the extruder? Probably whichever one we pull out that has a different jumper setting on it, most likely. Or a completely different chip looking like. Okay, so that one. So this is our extruder right here because it's the different chip, completely different chip size, right? That one versus that one. And this is a 2225. So my understanding is the UART mode should be the same for all of these, right? They should all be configured in the same way, which means all of these are set up in standalone mode instead of UART mode. In UART mode, could be that way. Single jumper. So let me see if I can't. Gonna have to bring you in, shine a little bit of light on there. Okay. So where are we at here? Wire's in the way. Can we see the jumpers here? So the motor open on the right next to the one with the heat sink, you've got the 2 jumpers going between the red and the black, right? And then the other one is the second set going from right to left. That's the one I just switched. That is the standard configuration on most of these boards for UART. So is the 2225 UART capable? Guess I should double check because once again, Fedor has said that he's got. I guess let me do a quick check real fast. The last thing I need to do is finally get this thing working and then blow it up because that would suck. So the 2225s. Twenty-two 25s can replace 2208s and 2209s completely. Okay, they can do step dirt or UART, so that's good. So we can put them in UART mode. Yeah, that would cost me money. Sweet, they can actually take pretty good amount of amperage too. 1.2 RMS, 2 amp peak. And of course, once again, on our diagram that we have, it doesn't show squat on the jumpers underneath the, under the stepper socket jumpers, which is awesome because why would you want to know how to jumper your own board? So yes, I am actually going to switch this over and jumper them from standalone mode into UART mode, or my understanding of UART mode. My understanding. Let me rephrase that. Into my understanding of the pinout for UART mode. Make sure you keep your motors in the right orientation when you're doing this. So the last thing you want to do is stick your motor back in here, turn 180 degrees. That will, at the very least, blow your stepper driver, if not the motor on the other end. Needed all the angry pixels, yeah. Really? I got a jumper that wants to be annoying. Okay. Okay, they are all plugged back in. We have them all switched over to what I believe to be the UART mode for these boards. Let me do a yeah. Okay, so we believe we have them in UART mode. What we definitely need to do now is check out the pick the mouse back up off the ground. Is we're going to need to look at our pinouts for our actual board because we do know that we have a different board than what Fedora was using. So we just want to double check all of our pinouts before we get too far along here. We will have to turn the printer back on so that we can then get in and look at our config. And howdy, welcome on in, Tech Jeeper. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. We fed it all the angry pixies. We did not see anything go boom, so that's good. No releasing of the pixies yet. So we'll come over to our Mainsail. We'll give that a little refresh, and we are back up and running. Once again, we want to go through and just validate our pins are good. This is a config that I grabbed from somebody else, and I believe he's got a slightly different board. So give it a big hug. Big hug. It was nice. It didn't go poof. So I'm actually going to grab this and create a second thing so I can try and reference it side by side. So X, 3, so dir step enable 2, 3, 4. Dir step enable 2, 3, 4. So that's correct. Y would be PB9, PE0. Looks like another PE4. 90, PE1. Yeah, that looks like a typo. Z, PB4, PB5, PB6 for Z. PB4, PB5, PB8. Yeah, we can go with that. I'm looking at a grainy picture with eyes that are going to need cataract surgery. So E0, PD3, PD6, PB3. PD3, PD6, PB3. Yep. And the E1 is what we're using for the other Z motor, which would be PA1, PD15, PA3, probably. Yep. So those are all correct. Now we want to look at our UART pin. So UART for X is PD5, Y is PD7. So PD5, PD7. Z is PD4. So yep, Z1, which is the E1. PD8, we'll go with that. And then PD9 for the extruder. So that stuff looks good. So those things are looking good. Probe in PC8, we went that into the probe is connected into the Z negative end stop. So, which is PC8, Papa Charlie 8. So that is correct. Heater pin is PA0, sensor pin is PC0. So heater for the bed is PA0. Thermistor for the bed is PC0, so that's good. Guess I should check the extruder. PE5, yep. PC1, yep. We're going to trust that our fans are good. Filament sensor, PE6. E6. Yes. Then we get our macros. And like I said, I'm going to grab the macros and pull them out because I'm probably going to update these macros significantly. Save and close. Create file. Macros.cfg. Open macros. Paste. Save and close. Come back over to printer config. Include macros.cfg. Really? All right, let me get caught up here. Yeah, maybe it has feelings. It's a good thing. Don't let the magic smoke out. You have a point. Machines get more hugs. Maybe the pixels would not be so angry. That's true. That's true. I do talk nice to some of my printers. The little light in the middle going back and forth is like the dash on Kit from Knight Rider. So you're talking about this light here? And so this is the light on the Raspberry Pi, and it's the read write. And you also have, I think you might have one for the wireless that bounces a bit too. Thank you, Mrs. Dragon. I love you. Clemson beat Florida State University. Please tell your mom I said I'm sorry. We kicked their butts again. Though she'll know. Kick them, hug them, get frustrated with them. Yep. You didn't read it right. Oh, 31-24 FSU over. Oh, God. Okay, so we lost to FSU in overtime. Yeah, go Noles. I had some friends that went to Seminoles, but I've been a Clemson fan forever because that's where I wanted to go to school for architecture, though I never went there. But I've always been a fan. Okay, so we're back up and running, and like I guess we'll move you back over to the front in case we can actually get a movement without a without a TMC failure. So we're gonna do just X. We just want to try and move one axis. Uh-oh, bed went down and X went over. So let's do a home all. So it homed, and I am going to try and trigger the bed probe early. Maybe. So I wanted to do that before I negative Z China and crash the bed. So that's good. That means that the sensor still works the way it should be. So yeah, we don't have camp or anything on this. In fact, I haven't even looked at the macros to see if it. So there's start print macros, extruder temp, bed temp, extruder temp, bed mesh calibrate. So I think there's more there than it needs to be, but let me goes by start print. Let me check something real fast. Orca slicer. Probably kill a couple of windows. Repair. Flying Bear Reborn 2. Let's give it the correct IP address and say test. Cannot connect to MKS, connection refused. Get off MKS and go to Okta Klipper. Connection works correctly. Awesome. So we got that. Generic. We got that there. What I'm going to try and do is just send a file to it. And from the looks of it, that start and end G code is exactly what it is in the default config from Flying Bear. So that's good. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy that start command. Potentially, if I get into the right configuration. And they use start_print. I think on every single one of my other printers, I actually switch it to print_start because it lines my macros up nicer. So I will change that. Print start. Because I just like to be difficult sometimes. So Orca Slicer, we'll go to print start. Ending G code. Print_end. Oh, like what was that? Should we button up the bottom real fast and then put the printer up right before we start trying to print? So RAM Online, I did have the printer connecting via USB. That is why I realized that the issue that we were having was actually with the secondary MCU setting on the Raspberry Pi. That is exactly how I figured that out after 4+ hours of frustration. Yeah, and I'm going to shut this down. I'm going to shut it down because I want to put the lid on here for now. I will redo the display stuff later. Well, the next thing up would be to get the display working on Klipper screen, and I will do that later on as a I want to say secondary project, but as the next step project, if that makes any sense at all. And basically, I'm going to use the this lid to keep the Raspberry Pi itself from falling down or moving around in here. We'll put some screws back in here and get this put together. And then we will set it up and do a couple of prints. Or at least do a print. Folks, thanks for coming along on this journey. This is one of those fun things when you start going kind of off the rails and trying to do something new. And it also identifies the downside of grabbing somebody else's, printer config file. You really need to look into it and understand what it is. And at the very simplest, what we could have done and probably what we should have done to try and figure out the actual UART connection was just left the basic strawman printer config file. Because if anything, once we connected, it would have thrown a like probably an ADC error because there was no thermistor attached and shut down. But we would have known that we connected because it had to have talked to the printer board to do that, right? So that would have been one way of figuring it out. So this is a 02W, not a standard 0. And even a standard 0 can run Klipper, even on a Voron. You just can't do input shaper with a 0. That would be why you would set it up and use a like Raspberry Pi Pico for the ADXL, because the Pico would be a secondary MCU that would run the actual ADXL calculations, and you're just connecting to the Raspberry Pi via USB, providing the, hey, go do this and report back. But at that point, the Raspberry Pico would be doing the heavy lifting. And it's, the 0 can do ADXL, but it can't do ADXL and run everything else. So if you're running a standard 0, you would need to offload the ADXL work to something else. You probably wouldn't want to run ADXL and a camera at the same time, which I don't know why you would anyhow. You'd probably want to shut your ADXL off when you're not using it. Okay, so once again, this is a bit of a chunky boy, so I'm just going to lift it up, or lift the back end up, slide it. Sounds like I'm scratching my table up. And then rotate it around. Oh, There we go. Okay, so we're at least back upright. We're not going to see anything on our screen because I have to basically cut the cable and repen the screen. We do need to plug it back in and turn it back on, though. And then I'm just going to grab one of, let's see, let's do one of these. And actually, because I'm a glutton for punishment, um, yeah, Kyber Dragon's a good one. Adaptive Mesh, Crow's Nest, Lime Purge. Have I downloaded those? I think I've got a set of those down here already. We're going to have some log files now that we're up and running. Apparently not. So let's download Adaptive Mesh, download Line Purge, and that should be all we need there. So we can come over here. We're going to upload a file. I'm going to come up here and tell it, yes, we actually want to keep these files that we told you to download, so please download them. Sorry, I'm over here working without bringing you all along. I didn't need to change those pins, RAM Online. Didn't need to change those pins for the USB. It just worked. Now, the biggest thing you need to do is look at your MCU chip and make sure, because they use different MCU chips. And the last thing you want to do is say, oh, I've got an F407 and it's an F409, and you get something wonky. Hey, thanks for the wave, Mad Cats. Yeah, lift with your knees, not your back. Yes, definitely. And I have no other choice because my back is tweaked, and I went and had a massage yesterday. Mrs. Dragon hooked me up for a massage, and oh, dear God, the pain. I did not change. So when I plugged in the USB, your only option is whatever the USB setting is in the menu config. There's one USB setting. And that's where I'm saying, make sure you get the right STEM32 chip, because each chip is going to have a different pinout. So you have to make sure you select the right pinout, but you can't change those pinouts. when you do a make menu config. It is what it is. Okay, so I got my line purge and my adaptive mesh set up there. I don't think there's anything I needed to truly do on either one of those. But I do want to also jump over here and look at the macros for my print start, because I do know that I need to do a bed mesh clear. And a bed mesh calibrate. And then, all right, it's purging. Yeah, we're just going to do this. Because what this is moved to the front left and then set up for the line purge. So we're just going to replace that with that. And that'll be good. Print end. Now this is one thing I want to look at. It goes to the front, well, it goes to the left rear, and that's good if it'll actually work that way. We'll save and restart. Oops. And it's going to fail, or might. I need to add a couple of other includes in here. We need to do an include, was it adaptive mesh? And line purge. All right, we're back up. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to slice a file with a semi-generic profile, fairly benign speeds. And before I do that, I will upload that print, but we really, really need to do some things first. So we just set up a new printer, right, with Klipper. So we know it's moving right. We know it's homing right. We need to set our Z offset. We probably need to do a Z tilt adjust as well. So I'm just going to scroll up here to the top, and we're just going to start from the fresh and go, right? So let me come back here to web browser so you can see the printer and you can see me. So You know what? But I want you all to show, I want you guys to see some of the pain of doing this, that it's not just, uh, you know, unicorns and rainbows every time you go in and do Klipper or rep wrap or whatever, right? It is a chore. It is a slog. It's not always easy. Okay. So I want to make sure that my heaters heat and the right heaters heat. So I kick that on, it's heating up. And I heard the part cooling fan kick on, right? So the part cooling fan did kick on. I'm gonna have to raise you guys up while we're doing this. Raise you up, bring you in. So I'm heating the hot end up just to 6 EC to verify that the heater's working and that our thermistor's working, which it appears to be. Now I'll put that back down to 0. And as it drops down, preferably under 50, if it's configured right, it will, the fan will stop. And when I tell the heated bed to heat up, it does start heating up. So that's good. Oh yeah, and that's the thing. If I had just taken the stub printer config file and just initially worked on just getting connectivity to the board, we would have been connected. And then when we would have dropped in the rest of the printer config, we would have been like, wait a minute, why did we stop connection? And we would have known that the MCU error that we were getting wasn't the MKS board, but that Fedora had set up a, an MCU for the Raspberry Pi itself. So the bed's heating up, so that's good. We're going to go ahead and shut that back down and let it start cooling down. We're getting close to our 50 degrees C. And our fan did just shut off, so that's working good. What's next up on our check? So those are working, the heaters are working, the thermistors are working. We know the motor checks because, well, we've homed it already. So we don't need to do any of that. No stepper buzz, no homing to check. No bed locating necessary. Didn't need to find 0 point because it's already there. Or I should say I'm trusting what I got from Fedora. Inductive probe check. So probe testing. We did test that the probe's working. We haven't done an accuracy check. So let's do an accuracy check. We'll home it. Well, and the problem is, Timor, is if I edit this down to say like, oh, here's how you do it, blah, 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 and it's going to work perfectly, right? And then you start trying to do it yourself and you hit a struggle, then you're like, I don't know why this isn't working, and you get frustrated really fast, right? And like I said, this is not $500. This right now is what we've got. $390 into the printer with the PEI sheet and the OEM ABL sensor, right? The only other thing we've added is a Raspberry Pi and 5 jumper wires. So if you've got a Raspberry Pi on hand, you're up and running. If you don't and you need to do get a Raspberry Pi, you can get a Raspberry Pi Zero for 25, 35 bucks still, and you're golden. Okay, so we're up now. We're going to do a probe accuracy, which is going to do 10 probes. And our probe accuracy results are the deviation, which is what we're going to look for, is 0.006119. So on a cold plate, it seems like it's good to go, right? Oh, and a couple of cents of plastic to do a Raspberry Pi case, right? So the probe is fairly accurate. With the bed and hot and cold for now, move the probe, blah, 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 blah. Yep. PID tune the hot end. PID tune the bed. So let's PID tune the bed. I am going to PID tune it at like not 100. Now, you know what the hell? We'll PID tune it to 100. It's 4 o'clock and I'm going to cop a squat here. Eat myself another donut. I cop a squat, I can't see chat. So yeah, we're cruising right along. So we got past some of our frustrations. And for those of you that have joined in recently, that are just sitting there quietly watching and lurking, we've had a journey. What should have been 5 minutes to get Klipper installed was about 5 hours of troubleshooting to figure out that our config file that we were using from someone else, no big deal, had a specific setting in it, and I'll bring that up, where under the MCU section, there's the standard MCU section where you would set up whether you're connecting via USB or serial. But he also had a second MCU set up for the Raspberry Pi. And the only thing that we were getting was failed to connect to MCU. And we kept thinking that we were failing to connect to the MKS Robin Nano that's in the Flying Bear 2. And it wasn't failing to connect to that. It was failing to connect to the actual Pi, the Raspberry Pi, because we have not installed Klipper on the Raspberry Pi where the Raspberry Pi would be a host, a Klipper host. So these things aren't needed at this point, though they probably will, because the GPIO pin that he's calling out a little bit further down here for the beeper is for the beeper for the display. So we are going to have to install our display wiring still, And there is a set of directions that will allow us to run the stock Flying Bear MKS TFT display under Klipper machine, or excuse me, Klipper screen. And yeah, that was very frustrating. And we kept like fighting, and we still can't get it to come up under UART3 on the board, which is the TFT. So we wound up having to pull the MKS wireless board and use UART1, which is fine. That works out perfectly fine. Don't know why we can't connect to UART3, but if it works for UART1, I'm fat, dumb, and happy. And I'll hold on to that board if for whatever reason I ever get rid of this printer. It's a simple matter of fact of flashing Marlin back to it, and it works. Right? And if they say they want Klipper on it, then we can leave Klipper on it. But at this point, this machine's going to go on the line and do some printing. I do not plan on like trying to flip it or get rid of it right away, because I don't think there's a use in doing that. Yeah, that was some of the frustrations in the struggle bus. Right now we're doing a PID tuning of the bed, which will be a little bit, but shouldn't be that long because it's an AC heated bed. So it is going to heat up fairly quick. So let's see. The other thing that we'll need to do is, like, one of the things will be words sometimes. We'll need to calibrate the E-steps. So that'll be one of the next things that we do after we get the heated bed and the hot end PID tuned. And when we go to do that, we'll see how close Fedor's setup is and whether or not we need to make some changes. Because remember, on the Marlin setup, rather than try and figure out the E-steps for whatever reason, don't ask me why I didn't, I wound up just going in and dropping the extrusion multiplier a lot because it seemed like it was over extruding. But we'll be able to go in and do some of these basic checks and then use Orca Slicer to set up some tests that we can then test out a bunch of prints and settings. I am going to open this door back up. And then what I want to do is print off the same files that we printed off in Marlin. So, you know, we did a bowl here, and you'll notice there's this one line that goes all the way around. And you think, well, was that a layer shift? Well, that same line's on the inside as well, at the same level. So I don't know what happened there, but it definitely did a wobble. And I greased the Z lead or the lead screws on the Z axis, and this line artifact went away. So, and then same slicer. These files, they're business card holders, and you'll notice that there's no line at that same height level. So just greasing the linear rods or the lead screws, clean that up. And this has a pretty decent, this one's not bad, but this is a pretty decent overhang. And it printed pretty darn good. Right, you can see a little bit of it, but it's pretty darn good for that overhang and with the cooling and stuff. And this is stock Cura profile. Yeah, this is stock Cura profile provided by Flying Bear for generic PLA. So, and I've been printing off quite a few things with this printer. So my goal is I want to slice and print these same files using Orca Slicer. And if I can get them to print just as nicely or better, then, you know, I'm golden. I need to see that slicer maybe. What do you mean? The bowl or the... So the bowl and the business card holder, these are straight off printables. Fairly well up. Well, they were fairly well towards the top the day that I pulled them down a couple days ago. But yeah, the plan was to use these on the table at ERF. So our PID is done. We've got our PID parameters. So we're going to do a save config to save those new parameters. It's just going to overwrite the ones that were in there by Fedora. And then I am going to, home the bed. And I'm going to drop the bed down to move it out of the way, basically. Basically, I just want to get it a little bit further away from the hot end so that the so it doesn't interfere with the PID tuning of the hot end. And this PID tunes to 245. That should be fine. We are going to ooze a little bit of filament because it does have PLA filament in it, but it'll be fine for the short period of time that it's going to be up to that level. Yeah, I didn't. I used some of my PTFE oil because you can put a couple of drops on it and it'll work its way down through the threads. I didn't want to put grease on it, though I can. Yeah, we'll just see. If I think I need to, then I will. But we should be good without having to do that. Well, that's running. So I had some Mainsail themes here for the Reborn 2, so we can add some colorful themes for Mainsail if we so wanted to with the Flying Bear logo. Right? So maybe we'll do that. Who knows? This guy also has a Prusa Slicer config. We may take a look at that because that may help inform us for our Orca Slicer, or if Fedora drops an Orca Slicer config, because I know he's working on one, then we can look at that. Hey, look at your config checks. What kind of config checks is it telling us to do? Verify temperature, verify M112 or emergency stop is working, verify your heaters, stepper motor enable pen, end stop. So this is just the standard Klipper configuration checks. Calibrate PID. Bed leveling, pressure advance, all that. Yep. I think the rest of that we'll just run it off of the yeah, it's the same German speaking guy. And it was called out in Fedor's Discord as well. So that's the same page that somebody in his Discord had called out. So, and I keep saying Fedor, he goes by 3D Print SOS on YouTube. And he just built this printer a couple weeks ago. And he's done a couple of shorts showing how you can get this running on Klipper. And he's still working on a full video for doing the Klipper install. So, you know, he's kind of working on it, and he does his YouTube videos versus full up streams sometimes. So, yeah. So, yeah, not bad. We made progress. We made progress. We're going to do a couple of these checks, and then we're going to start printing. The first thing that I uploaded was the coin. And I'll use my coin to kind of dial things in for temp and speeds. And I think I built this Orca profile based on the Cura profile settings, or at least, you know, specific ones. So we should be good to go. Let me, and of course, I'll want to just basically start ratcheting up the speeds. I'm sitting here going like, why can't I find those files? Because they're on the streaming computer. That's awesome. And I don't think I have Orca installed here. So, coinage it is. So we'll update our pigs. Next up would be bed leveling. I would say that this would be close to a trident because we do have Z tilt adjust set up. Yeah, run bed tilt macro, but I'm not sure if we actually called it bed tilt. Let's see what our macros say. First off, this is Bear Reborn 2. And UI settings, cancel print, dashboard, macros. Move them over there so they're easier to see. There we go. Whoops, Z-tilt's going to be here. So we got to do a home all. Then we'll do a Z-tilt. Full CAD step drawing of what? The flying bear, or what you got a full CAD step drawing of? Okay, yeah, that'd be cool. You can DM me or place it out there on the Discord. So now we're going to do a Z tilt, and it should go side to side and do it and validate it. And what it's going to do is it's going to align the Z's on each side. And it says it's within tolerance already, I believe. Maybe. No, it should be making the following adjustments. Okay. Because normally it, huh, that's wonky. Now what I'm going to do, because I'm a glutton like that, I'm going to just screw these down and tighten them all back up. And we're going to go through the full bed leveling setup again. Uh, and I may want to, I'm going to remove the Z end stop. Yeah, the Z end stop flags that we had installed, because these are going to physically come up into the ZN stops, the physical ZN, well, not physical, but the ZN stop IR sensors. And I want to make sure that we're not like ramming this into those and breaking those. Um, okay. So we got those flags out because we don't need those flags here anymore, right? Because we're using our ZN stop. So I'm going to do a home all. We're going to do a Z tilt. And I don't know why it only seems to like do one. Um, let's take a look at the printer config. There's our auto bed leveling. Bed mesh, which we haven't done yet. Say C home. Z tilt. So they pulled the retries and the tolerance out. Hmm. Let me check something. I just want to check some Z tilt settings against the Trident, or I could look at at one of the 0Gs. I just want to see some of the settings that we have on a complementary machine. home XY position, speed, and Z op. Save Z or save home. Speed, horizontal move Z 10, only 5, fine, retries 8. So it could be that we're not calling retries, so it's only doing one run and calling it good. Retry tolerant. 006. We got our positions. We'll crank our speed up a bit. Okay. Now let's check that out. Do home, Z tilt adjust, and then we'll do a bed screws, which will allow us to get our bed 4 corners tight. There we go. That was the issue, is without having the number of retries. So this left motor, I'm hearing some wonkiness as it's trying to run its moves. So we'll have to take a look at that. Doesn't do it when it's over on the right-hand side, but on the left-hand side. Not sure if you guys are picking that up. It's almost like something slightly binding. That was interesting. Go ahead and we'll drop that back down. Probing. Yeah, it's definitely interesting. So I want to look at like what is the motor current set at. So it looks like the motor currents are set to 0.8 for the Z steppers. Now why those would be set lower than the X and Y, I don't know. The extruder motor I get because it's a pancake, so it's going to be a little bit different. Okay, so I'll say our bed is somewhat cattywampus because it just bottomed out on the nozzle trying to do that home, which is weird because it's never done that before. Okay, so we're good now. Let's do a Z tilt. And then the other thing I'm questioning is whether or not my motors are in the right, I'll say, side. Like, is it adjusting the wrong way because my motors are plugged into the different sockets than what it's expecting? Yeah, because that adjustment probe range just went up. So meaning Z and Z1 are plugged into the wrong motors. Yeah, so it says the range is increasing. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and shut down. And we're going to flip this over. And I just want to double check like which motor port is it going into, so I can then validate my pins. So the issue is if you have your motors identified one way, like if I have Z and Z1 physical connections, but yet I've identified them in the software as Z and Z1, rather than decrease the distance when it makes the corrections, it's going to wind up increasing the distance because they're going to move in the opposite direction of what they should. And then you'll get that issue where you could be causing binding, which is what it was sounding like it was doing. So I'm curious. We just may have identified the wrong motor on the wrong side. So your rat rig is on 1.6 amp already, crazy fast, but says if cooled, put on 2.5 amps. Can I put a monoprice 12 or 24 volt with Big Tree Tech card steppers. If you're, so that's the thing, is your stepper motors may be able to take 2.5 amps, but can your board support pushing 2.5 amps to each motor? Like, that's something you've got to be careful of, is overdriving your board and blowing things up. So Z1 is plugged into XY. Yeah, Z1. Oh, wait a minute. XY is plugged into Z. And then the other one's plugged into Z1 is plugged into Z. Z2, which would be okay. So right side of the printer is the first Z. Left side of the printer is the second Z. So, what am I doing? Right side is Z1, left side is Z2. We just need to make sure our configs are set up right. Yeah, I'm not sure what the Manta can push. If you're able to run, so the Manta, you should be good, because you should be able to run a 5160 in the Manta, right? Because it has a separate motor power, right? Separate rail for motor power. You should be good. But yeah, I would just take it slow. I don't run for speed, so I never run anything that fast. Okay, so we're going to take a look at the machine and our printer config. So once again, our Z motor is the one on the right. So that one's plugged into the Z driver, which should be PP4, PP5, and whatever. So 4, 5, yes. So this is Z1. So when we configure our Z tilt, I wonder if we need to reverse these. Really? So I think you want it to probe in the direct order that you're doing your stuff. Well, so I think what I'm hearing is it's binding, but I think it's binding because our Z-tilt may have actually been making it worse rather than better. One, two. Now we're working in the right direction, I believe. Yeah, so we just need to change the order of our Z-tilt. Yep. Our tolerance is getting tighter, so that's good. And we may not get fully down there. Like I said, I actually made it a lot tighter tolerance than Fedora had it. So okay, so we hit the number of retries, but that's good because we were getting a little bit closer. Now I did make this 0.006. I will make this 0.02, which is what he had it. And I think I'm just going to go with that for now because I don't know how good the actual ABL sensor is. I don't know if the resolution of that ABL sensor is that good. Right. Once again, thank you everybody for sticking around and hanging with me. I know this is a really long stream. We've been going for a number of hours now. Where are we at here? We're at, is that 6 hours? Oh, almost 7 hours. Yeah, we might want to call this done here soon and move on, but see where our range is. Hey, we just made our tolerance. So good. And that tolerance is 0.02, which is okay for now. I can work on trying to get that better down the road. So next up, now that we did the Z tilt, would be doing it with a heated chamber. We're not going to do that just yet because I'm not going to be printing high temp for a while. We need to do our Z offset adjustment. So run a G28, Z tilt, then another G28, which we'll do again. So we'll do another home all. And then we'll run a probe calibrate. Z end stop calibrate. We're not going to do a Z end stop calibrate because we don't have a physical end stop. We're going to do a probe calibrate. And this is going to set our initial Z offset. So we're going to grab our A4 sheet of paper, put it underneath there, and we'll start dropping it down. Pretty close, so I'm going to start. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Hit the wrong button. This part you need to see again. Okay, so we're doing a home. We're going to do a Z tilt. It's going to work towards our range of 0.02. Making some very minor corrections here and there. Yeah, so on a V0, on a Trident or 2.4, if you're using the standard Z end stop probe and then the Toolhead probe, right? You're going to be doing a Z end stop calibrate first, right? Because that's calibrating touching the nozzle on that like sex bolt or the bolt, whatever, on the back right corner of the bed. We don't have that. We don't have any physical end stops. We removed those. So we just have our probe. So our Z end stop and our probe are one and the same, right? So we're going to do a probe underscore calibrate. And that's going to come up. Ah, dang it. I should have done a. My bad. Abort that. So you have to do a home, a Z-tilt adjust, and then a home again, which will put you back in the center of the bed. But that's tap. Nope, it's the same thing. So the difference is tap is probing the nozzle itself on the bed. On a Trident or a 2.4, you've got an in-stop pin behind the bed. So the first thing you're doing is tapping your nozzle against that, and that it gives it an initial idea of where your nozzle is in relation to the bed, and then you do your probe calibrate to set your Z offset. Since we don't have a physical in-stop anymore, then what we're doing is we're just doing a probe calibrate. And this is going to set our Z offset. So what it does is you just saw it do another bed probe, and then it moved to the right, because the bed probe, what you'd really want to do is make sure that the bed probe is actually right in the center, not the nozzle, but the bed probe. And then when it goes over, what it's doing is it's moving over to where the nozzle is exactly where it just probed based on your offsets. And now you're going to ensure that your offset between the probed location and the physical nozzle is correct and the same. Okay, so we're going to go up there. We're going to drop down to 0.05. I like that there. I'll accept that. Save config. We'll fine tune the Z offset once you're actually trying to do a print. Now we need to do our extruder calibrate. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do another home. And I'm just going to drop my bed down a little bit to give me some room. I don't know why it's making so much noise now. I don't know. We'll work on that. I'll work on that off screen. And we're going to do our E-steps calibrate. So we need to heat up our nozzle to an appropriate temperature since we already have filament in there. We'll go to 210. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop my PTFE tube out and pull it back some. Because basically what I need to do is be able to measure 120 millimeters. And so what I do is I take a piece of tape and I put the flat edge at the 120 millimeter mark. And that gives me a good spot, because what I can do then is just stand this up, pull our filament through. We'll stand this up straight right there at the edge. We'll get our filament right next to it. And we'll just take our tape and wrap it around our filament and peel it off the ruler. So that's the 120 millimeter mark. Okay. Now what we're going to tell it to do is extrude 100 millimeters. So we're going to do that just by coming down to our extruder section, selecting 50. We'll want to go down to 2 and say extrude. And it's going to go through and start extruding. Yeah, in essence, when I run my probes without the ZN stops, then you just have to basically do your probe calibrate and don't worry about a ZN stop calibrate, because you just don't have a physical end stop. So yeah, but this is the way you do it, is you measure out 120, because that way if you're over extruding, you'll have a bit of gap. If you mark it right at 100 and then you say extrude 100 and you went 112, you won't be able to tell it because you won't have your mark. So now what I can do is put my ruler right up there, and I'm going to say I'm at 19. So I called for 100 and I extruded, well, let me rephrase that. I extruded maybe a ½ millimeter more. So I'm going to call that as good. Of course, I just got my tape stuck on itself. And then this piece of tape just comes right back down and gets put on the edge of my bench for the next time. So I'm going to say that our rotation distance is good, right? So we'll pluck this off. So our rotation distance is good for our extruder. We'll go ahead and tell our extruder to cool back down. And then next up would be slicer setup. So at this point, what I think I'm going to do, we have a single G-code file on here. We're just going to say print, see if some things are working right. Now we may have to do some adjustments still for, cancel that. And the easiest way to cancel that is going to be an emergency stop. Firmware restart. I'm going to want to bring my PTFE tube back around. Get that put in. And then also, we didn't do we've got our center set right, but we didn't do our bed screws adjust. So we're going to get our paper back up here, especially since we're still a little hot. And the next command is bed _ screws, plural, _ adjust. Bed, not bez. Must home first. So home. And we'll probably want to do the whole shebang. So we'll do home, Z-tilt adjust, home. And then we'll do our, so home, Z-tilt adjust, home. And then we'll do our bed screws adjust. And if it's not good, on the Klipper config documentation page here, it does go through. What you do is there's a formula that you'll do. So it's, where is it? So the formula would be your old config value times the actual extruded amount divided by your targeted extruded amount. So I could take the old value, multiply it by 100.5, divide by 100, and that would give me a new value. And that's what I would put into the rotation distance under the extruder. So that's where I really like these Voron documents, because they have that information in here. And this is the piece I just highlighted, is that that configuration setting. All right, something's throwing me off here. And yeah, the increasing accuracy probes didn't like the probes. So I don't know what's going on, but I'm going to try and put some. I see plenty of grease on the linear rails. So I don't think that I don't think my issue is the actual linear rails themselves that are hanging. I think it's the lead screws. And I'm going to put a little bit of my grease on there instead of the oil. And we'll run it down and up to try and get that distributed some. But it is messing with my Z calibration. You know what? I think I figured out what it was. almost like something's loose, but we did put whatchamacallit on everything, so Loctite on everything. My thought was maybe that this is popping up as it's doing its thing, but I think I see what might be the issue. Possibly, maybe. We'll see. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is the right's looking higher than the left, and I'm wondering because it looks like the rod itself has fallen down, or not the rod, but the coupler is lower than the other side. Do that. Do that. Is this going to clip? No, that doesn't clip. Like I said, it looked like the physical, not down. Yeah, no, up. Most home first. Okay, I thought we had homed it, but okay. Yeah, it seemed like this left side had actually fallen down some because if you remember when we were building this, we put a zip tie underneath the compression fittings that go between the motor and the 8mm rod. And it looked like the left side had fallen down some. So I just raised that back up a bit. I'm going to turn the other one around and see if I can't make sure that it is fully tightened. Yes and yes. Yeah, the Ender 5 Plus is pretty close to the same. No, these are using, they're not the spring words again. It's not the like spiral cut springy lead screw connectors. This is the ones that have the single split around them. So there's a segregation between the lower and upper, and they compress around the shaft versus a set screw or two set screws going into each shaft. But I think that's what it was the left side was actually dropping some and then causing a bind. And while this is working, I'll try and bring you down here and show you what I mean with the type of coupler. Okay, so it's got the partial split and then the compression. Where am I going? There we go. So, yeah. So we've done a home. We did a Z-tilt adjust, and it's within range. We're going to do another home. We did our Z offset, but since we just moved the bed physically, we're going to double check that. So we're home again. We're going to do a probe calibrate. Yeah, I like that there. We're going to accept that. Save our config. We're going to home, Z-tilt adjust again, home, and then do our bed screws adjust. Because we want our bed to be as level as possible, trammed side to side before we start messing with our bed screws. Okay, so the Z-tilt's done. Now we're going to do our bed screws adjust. And it's going to come up to where it expects 0 to be. And this is tight. I can't move the papers, so I'm going to tighten it down. Yeah, like that. Stay adjusted. It'll go to 0.2, which once again is too tight. Okay, adjusted. Should go to the back. And just like before when we were doing this under Marlin, you got to remember that every time you rotate one of these screws, it slightly affects the others. So you don't want to do this just once and say, okay, we're good, because you won't be. You want to go through and do this a couple of times. And then hopefully if you ever need to make another adjustment, it's going to be very close. So what I'm saying on here, there's abort adjusted or accept. So once you make that last minor adjustment and you're like, okay, that's good, then you can mark it accept. But until you accept all four, it'll keep going around. So see, I made this adjustment and now this one's too tight. So I need to tighten this screw down just a smidge. Now this will be my third time around. So as long as I'm not having to make any major adjustment, I'm going to start accepting. Once again, this is, we're going by paper feel here. And it's only so good, but we will be doing a bed mesh when we go to do a print. So we're good. We've done our bed screws adjust. So now I'm going to go ahead and say, let's print a file. And apparently there's some commands in there that it doesn't like. 201, 203, 205. Don't know where it got those commands from. But it is heating up. Where the hell did it get 201, 203, 205 from? Like, I guess let me look at Orca and see what I have Orca set up as. Flying Bear, G code. Maybe something that it was spitting out because I had it set to Marlin Legacy. I don't know. I'll have to check and see what's actually in the G code file. So it did its bed's heated up. Now it's heating up the extruder. And then once it's done heating up the extruder, it should go and, let's see, heat up the bed, heat up the extruder to final temp. It'll come to the front corner and clear the bed mesh and do a bed mesh calibrate. So I do want to look at Oh wait, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to look at the actual G-code file. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, it did set a 201, a 203, and a 204, and then a 205. Set the jerk limits millimeters per second. Okay, so I think this is setting machine. Yeah, these are accelerations and stuff, so I don't need that information sent. That's just a config thing that we need to work on. It is making some weird noises, and it just okay. So exceeded the sampling tolerance. It was kind of. I'm still hearing that noise that I never heard before. I don't know if I'm just trying to push things too fast. Yeah. So let me come in here and probably make some changes. Homing speed is 10. Let's drop that to 8. Basically, got to make it match some things on the um, uh, Trident. And I don't know. These aren't warm, but to 8. I don't really think we need a hold current. Probably want to have the sense resistor in here. Belt chop is 0. Make some changes here. We want to add the interpolate false. I'm just going to check some speeds and feeds and stuff between like probing and all that good stuff as well. And it may just be that we're trying to overdrive it and run things way too fast. We did adjust the Z tilt already. Well, it should be straight by that point. Min max. Of count. Mesh. And I think the rest of that is okay. Oh, what row? The UART pin stepper Z must be specified. I didn't change a UART pin for stepper Z. Oh, apparently I did. Or I removed it. There we go. UART underscore pin. What is the UART pin for Z? PD4. That looked like PD8. Hey, Columbicast, how you doing? So it's going good. We spent the first 5 hours of the stream trying to figure out why we were having issues, and it wound up being something in the printer config file that we brought over. It had a secondary MCU listed, and that was what was failing, not our UART connection, which was driving us insane. Now, for whatever reason, after putting it down, bringing it up, putting it down, bringing it up, we're getting some type of, I don't know, it seems almost like binding in the Z axis. And I don't know why. And it's not a consistent binding either, which is really weird. But as you can see, whatever it is, it's messing with our probing. And I think it's these one reason, I think it has something to do with the anti-backlash nuts. So we just had something like Something just grinded there, and it's something in the anti-backlash nuts, I think. I don't know why. Definitely the Z-axis. So I think I'm going to play with the Z-axis off stream, but we've been going for quite a while. No, Columbicast. I've actually done a lot of self-source printer builds. So give me 1 second here, and I will flip the screen. Yeah, I'm basically going to kind of call the stream here shortly, and I'm going to have to try and figure this Z-axis out now, why it's doing this. Because this has nothing to do with Klipper or Marlin. This is a mechanical thing at this point. Okay, Kalimba. Yeah, so I'm seeing it now by looking. It is whatever the bottom portions are. So I think I just need to tighten some things up. But yeah, I'm going to have to work on that. For now, I'm going to I'm going to lower these things down and let this thing cool off. And I'm going to have to work on these some. So sorry about that, folks. Let me move this out of the way. And we will change the screen here. But yes, Kalimba, welcome on in. I believe you are relatively new here. So welcome on into the Dragon's Den. I am Digital Dragon, and I am a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. What that means is I do everything from printer kit assemblies like this. This is a Flying Bear Reborn 2. We've put this together on stream over the last week and a half, as well as we're doing some upgrades to it right now. One of those being taking it from Marlin to Klipper. I also do 3D printer builds, everything from kits like, the LDO Voron 2.4 over here behind the chat, to Mark IIIs, to another Voron 2.4, to this was a full self-source, self-built Mercury 0G Mercury 1, and this is a full frame build. So this is a beta frame. I took part in the closed beta there. The Voron V0 completely self-sourced and built by hand. So yeah, we do everything on this channel, from self-source printer builds to kit packages. We've got coming up soon. We'll be going to We'll be going to ERF 2023 next week, where we'll be taking several of the printers with us. And during that show, I will be picking up a Ender 3 Core XY kit from Scott, Edge of 3D. It is an Additiva 3D Core XY conversion kit for an Ender 3 platform. So we will be building that on stream. And I'm going to be looking at trying to wrangle a couple of other builds here in the near future as well. So yeah, we do all kinds of things here on stream. We do, you know, we've 3D printed death racers and top fuel dragsters. We've got, our cosplay type helmets and stuff here that we're working on. So we do all kinds of cool things. But with that said, I have been going for well over 7 hours now. I am going to call the stream here, and I'm going to have to figure out the Z-axis. Basically, the Z-axis, I'm going to loosen everything, kind of let it resolve itself again, and then tighten stuff back down. And then we'll take a look at it from there. Your new printer is an Ender 3. Well, very nice there, Kalimba. I am a 51-year-old man from the United States. I've got over 18 printers in my house right now at various spots around the house, much to my wife's dismay. And we continue to find new ones to build. So yeah, my first printer was a Tivo Tarantula in like 2016. And yeah, I've built a lot. I've built a lot. I've modded a lot as well. So these printers do not stay the same for very long around my house. The only one that stayed the same with no changes other than firmware updates has been the Prusa Mark IV that's behind this box down here. And the only thing it's going to get will be OEM upgrades. Like I'm debating whether I want to do an MMU3 and put it on there or not. Yeah, Timor, it's been a pretty long mega stream, huh? So I think I've got everything squared away and updated as much as I can. There's a physical issue with the stream that I need, or with the printer that I need to work out. Let's see who may be on that we can raid into. I see the Mocos. I heard that the Mocos were doing a baby shower stream at least earlier in the day. I don't know if they're still at it, but the Mocos are pretty cool folks. So I'm going to go ahead and raid over into Mocomade. It's a brother and sister sibling stream. They do a lot of different types of streaming content. And there's a lot of our friends in the 3D printing industry and maker community that work with the Mocos. So yeah, let's go ahead. I'm going to get the raid started. Please go over with me and share the love with the Mocos. And like I said, next stream will be Tuesday. I will try and get this figured out soon between now and then. And we will get back at it on Tuesday. Hopefully before then I'll have fresh prints off this showing up on Twitter. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for all those new to the stream and all those that just hung out and lurked today. I know it's been a long day. Take it easy. We'll see you on Tuesday.